I hiding in the woods with a few hundred villagers at stupid o'clock in the morning, waiting for Wang Xiaohu to come back from his little arson mission. Uncle Neo was sweating bullets next to me, asking if something went wrong. I told him to chill. That kid Xiaohu is slippery as a greased pig. Sure enough, the boy comes running back. But nobody's chasing him. I'm like, bro, where are the bandits? And he's gasping for air going, the fire. It worked. It worked too well. Apparently, I sent him to light a campfire, and he accidentally created hell on earth. The whole Black Cloud stronghold went up like a matchstick house at a flamethrower convention. The bandits were too busy not dying to chase anyone. So our beautiful ambush trap? Total waste. Hundreds of us sitting in bushes like idiots with nobody to ambush. The bandits had zero fire safety training. Not a single fire extinguisher in the whole fortress. Honestly embarrassing for them. I pulled out the map and said, "All right, boys, plan B." Uncle Neo looked at me like I'd spoken alien. What's a plan B? This man has never had a backup plan in his life, and it shows. New plan was simple. They're already on fire, so let's go add more fire. Because why not? We repositioned 80 archers in the trees outside the gate and just waited. And oh boy, did those bandits deliver. They came pouring out of that burning fortress like roaches when you flip the lights on. Some clutching their valuables, some half-naked. One guy definitely still had his pants around his ankles from earlier. It was beautiful. Uncle Stone gave the order, and our archers went absolutely medieval on them. 3 rows, rotating fire, arrows raining down like the world's worst weather forecast. The bandits got shredded. The survivors grabbed some shields and tried to push through in formation, so I sent Xiaohu and Shirkai around both flanks to box them in. Our village boys had been getting robbed by these clowns for years, so they fought like they had a personal vendetta, because they literally did. Then the bandits pulled out their surprise card, cavalry. Horses came thundering out of the burning gate looking all dramatic and terrifying, scattering my guys everywhere. Classic. So I grabbed my oxhorn bow and started picking riders off their horses like coconuts at a carnival. The cavalry formation fell apart instantly, and the village boys chopped them up piecemeal. But the bandit chief? Oh, this guy? He came charging straight at me on his horse, swinging his sword around, and actually cut down a dozen of my villagers in seconds. Turns out he was a martial apprentice, 1 whole rank above me. Scary, right? Nah. I put 3 arrows into his horse. He deflected 2 of them mid-air like some kind of anime character, which I'll admit was pretty cool. But the third one nailed the horse and down he went, eating dirt. Then I just kept shooting him. Arrow after arrow after arrow. The man was literally begging me to fight him in melee like a real man. Brother, I have a bow and you're 50 meters away. Why on earth would I walk over there so you can stab me? That's not honor, that's stupidity. He screamed, "Stop. I surrender." I kept shooting. Look, I'm not unreasonable. I just wanted to drain every last drop of his chief first. Once he was running on empty, then I walked over with my sword. He couldn't even see my blade before his head was rolling on the ground. 1 rank above me, and he went down like a tutorial boss. Searched his body afterward, and, jackpot, 3 ninth-grade breakthrough pills. Exactly what I needed for my upcoming advancement. The universe provides, my friends. With their chief headless on the ground and fire literally licking their backsides, the remaining bandits retreated into the fortress. Which, reminder, was still on fire. Real galaxy brain move there, guys. So they're trapped between my army and a wall of flames, crying and begging for mercy. My boys Shirkai and Xiaohu were ready to go full extermination mode. Shirkai asked, "Kill them all." Xiaohu was practically vibrating with bloodlust. I shook my head. They looked confused. So, let them go. I shook my head again. Now they were really confused. I walked forward and shouted at the bandits, "Drop your weapons and come out, or die." They hesitated. The fire did not hesitate. One by one they stumbled out and fell to their knees in front of hundreds of very angry villagers who looked like they wanted to use these bandits as firewood. I looked at those pathetic, kneeling idiots and sighed. Destroying bandits in the mountains is the easy part. Then I gave them the pitch. The Turks are invading Yunzhou. You've got 2 choices. Option 1, join your dead boss in hell. Option 2, come fight the Turks with me. Cold, clean, simple. Because why waste perfectly good cannon fodder? So the bandits had 2 options. Die now or come fight Turks with me and probably die later. Shockingly, every single one of them chose later, 100-something guys suddenly became my biggest fans. Funny how a burning fortress and a headless boss changes your career goals. Black Cloud Stronghold. Gone. Burned to ashes. Years of terrorizing the countryside. Ended by one kid with a torch who was too good at his job. Then the heavens opened up and dumped rain on the whole mess. Like even God was trying to clean up the crime scene. And get this, my stats jumped. My troop command skill went straight to expert level, and suddenly my brain was flooded with military formations I'd never studied. Fish scale formation, wedge formation, goose formation. I literally woke up a tactical genius overnight. Thanks, RPG logic. Now, I'm not the type to leave good loot behind. We waited for the fire to die down and sent guys into the ruins to dig around. Some bandit lackeys showed us where the treasury was, underground, untouched by the fire. We cracked open the chests and, jackpot, Xiaohu opened the first box and nearly lost his mind. We're rich, silver. Mountains of it. We're talking 30,000 taels across all the chests. I went from broke soldier to medieval Jeff Bezos in one afternoon. But the real surprise? Over 100 sets of military armor buried in that warehouse. And not just any armor. These were Yunzhou Border Army regulation sets. Old models, but I recognized them from the supply depot. When I interrogated the bandits, nobody could explain it. Shirkai asked if the bandits had robbed the army, but my money was on a darker theory. These bandits were probably army deserters from the start. Mystery for another day. I gave the other two villages a small cut of the treasure, emphasis on small, and hauled everything else back to Green Creek Village. Business is business, and I had recruitment expenses coming. That night was legendary. The village threw the mother of all parties. Every family busted out their secret stash of good wine and meat. People were dancing, drinking, crying happy tears. No more bandits. Grandma can go pick herbs without getting mugged. The kids can play outside without their moms having panic attacks. Old village chief Lee raised his cup to me and basically said I was the greatest thing to happen to this village since the invention of rice. I accepted it graciously. Because honestly, yeah, I was. Then Shirkai and Xiaohu came over for a toast. I poured a full cup and got all dramatic. The road ahead is iron-hard, brothers. We ride together, we die together. Shirkai matched my energy. I'm with you through hellfire, Shunlai. My life is yours, Xiaohu. Not to be outdone, stuttered out. And me too. We clinked cups and downed them. Very cinematic. Very bro. After everyone was properly buzzed, I made my recruitment pitch. I went full motivational speaker. Personal glory, defending the homeland, duty to the nation, the whole package. And after watching me decapitate a bandit chief with the casual energy of someone swatting a fly, nobody was about to say no. But I sealed the deal with cold hard cash. Every man who follows me gets 50 taels of silver. Right now, those bandit treasure chests? Best investment I ever made. 50 taels is life-changing money for a farmer. Even if they died in battle, their families would be set. The hesitation evaporated like morning dew. Scholar Lu grabbed his ink and paper and started registering names. Final count, 108 volunteers. 108. I literally touched my nose in disbelief. That's the exact number of outlaws in water margin. The universe was either blessing me or trolling me, and I genuinely couldn't tell which. Next morning, everyone crawled out of their warm beds at dawn. The farewell scene was brutal. Women stuffing hand-sewn clothes into packs. Old fathers trying not to cry, the whole deal. Xiaohu's sister packed his bags and fussed over him like he was 5. Wear your winter coat when it's cold. He rolled his eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. But then she pulled out another winter coat and whispered, "Give this one to Shirkai for me." Her face went tomato red. Xiaohu, bless his dense little heart, goes, "Sis, Shirkai is right there. Why don't you give it yourself?" "Shut up, you idiot." She smacked him while checking if Shirkai heard. He hadn't. Crisis averted. Young love is exhausting to watch. Shirkai's dad came to see him off. 2 men of 0 words. They just stood there, and the old man patted his son's shoulder once. That was it. That was the whole goodbye. Honestly, more emotional than any speech. I counted heads at the village gate. 108 villagers plus 120 ex-bandits. Over 200 people, way more than my orders called for. Plus 100-some war horses we'd swiped from the bandits. We looked like an actual army. But then, right as we're about to leave, a huge dust cloud appears on the road. Uncle Nyo comes charging in with his trademark foghorn voice. Shin brother, he'd brought another 100+ volunteers from the other two villages. His own son, Nyo Jin, was with them, a walking refrigerator of muscle who looked like someone had cloned Uncle Nyo and fed the copy extra protein. Take care of my boy. Uncle Nyo shoved the human boulder toward me. Big brother Shun, Nyo Jin bellowed. Also a foghorn. Genetics are undefeated. Old Chief Lee walked up to my horse and grabbed my hand. His eyes were wet. Shin boy, these men are our village's blood. I'm trusting them all to you. Every single one of these guys was someone's father, husband, son. Every death would be a family destroyed. If they all died, Green Creek Village would cease to exist. I looked that old man dead in the eyes and nodded hard. Chief Lee, I will bring them home. He let go of my hand. I hoped I wasn't lying. Final headcount, 300 soldiers. I'd come home to recruit a handful of guys and accidentally built a small army. We set off for Yunzhou at full speed. No idea if the city was even still standing. Behind us, the entire village stood at the road's edge, watching us disappear. Old women crying, children waving. The hoofbeats were the only sound cutting through the silence. No pressure or anything. After the world's most productive village vacation, I marched out of Green Creek with 300 soldiers. Let me remind you, my boss told me to recruit 20. I came back with 300. That's a 1,500% bonus. Try putting that on a performance review. We looked absolutely ridiculous in the best way possible. 100 armored cavalry up front, decked out in the bandit armor I'd looted, and 200 infantry behind them. Small-time bandits on the road took one look at us and practically dove into the bushes. Smart move, honestly. Now let me brag about my boys for a second. Xiaohu took to horseback like he was born in a saddle. The kid was literally screaming, woohoo, while galloping at the front of the column. His talent is insane. Genius-level cavalry commander. One morning of riding, and he looked like he'd been doing it for years. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers and Nyo Jin were bouncing around on their horses like sacks of potatoes playing tag. Youth is beautiful. Shirkai got put in charge of the 80 archers. His talent? Top-tier infantry commander. I pulled him out of a farming village, and he's basically a 5-star general waiting to happen. One guy's a cavalry genius, the other's an infantry prodigy, and they both fell into my lap in the same tiny mountain village. Green Creek must have something in the water. Oh, and I leveled up. Those 3 breakthrough pills I looted from the dead bandit chief? Popped one and smashed right through to martial apprentice. Minor completion. My chi nearly doubled. My stats jumped across the board. I'm basically a different person now. I kept the other 2 pills for Shirkai and Xiaohu though. Yeah, I could have used them myself, but here's the math. Bumping me up 1 sub-rank is nice. Turning them into actual martial artists? That's game-changing. With chi flowing through their bodies, they'd be walking tanks on the battlefield. Sometimes the smart play is investing in your team. I'm basically a startup founder distributing equity. We barely stopped to rest. Quick lunch. Soldiers ate dry rations. Horses ate grass. Everybody shut up and chewed. Every minute I wasted was another minute Yunzhou might fall. If the Turks broke through, my 300 guys would get steamrolled like ants under a boot. No thanks. We pushed hard and made it to Yunzhou just before dark. When I saw the Great Xia banner still flying on the walls, I nearly cried with relief. The city was still standing. We weren't too late. But then the guards on the wall saw US and completely freaked out. 300 armed men appearing out of nowhere at sunset? During a Turkish invasion? Yeah, I get it. Halt. Who are you? Some guard screamed down at us. I tossed my military ID badge up to the wall. Relax. We're border army, same as you. The guy checked my badge, confirmed I was a real officer, and still wouldn't open the gate. Dude was terrified it was a trap. Xiaohu was losing his patience. What's the holdup? Open the stupid door, Zhang Liao grinned at him. Maybe they think you're a Turk. Your uncle is a Turk, Xiaohu fired back. Finally, some officer on the wall recognized me. Turns out he'd been at the war council before and remembered my whole "killed the Turkish centurion on the wall" thing. Amazing what a little fame does for you. Suddenly the tone shifted from "state your business" to "sir." Right away, sir. The gates cracked open just wide enough for us to file through single file, and we marched straight to the military camp. Now here's where it got satisfying. 300 recruits standing at perfect attention in the training yard. Ramrod straight. Not a fidget among them. The veteran soldiers who'd been stationed here for years were staring with their jaws on the floor. These farmers and ex-bandits looked more military than the actual military. My troop command talent is no joke. Then Yin Liang showed up. Remember him? My boss. The guy who sent me to recruit 20 people? He saw 300 disciplined soldiers standing in formation, looked at me, and his brain visibly short-circuited. You. He pointed at me, so excited he couldn't form words. I just grinned. Heh. He asked if they were all from my village. I gave him the abridged version. Recruited villagers, found a bandit fortress, burned it to the ground, looted everything, absorbed the survivors. You know, casual stuff. Yin Liang went quiet. You could see the gears turning. A flag officer took a bunch of farmers and destroyed an entire bandit stronghold. And won. I'm definitely losing my captain position to this maniac. Then I noticed something weird. The camp was calm. Too calm. When I left, everyone was stressed about the Turks besieging us. Now the vibe was almost lazy. Have the Turks not attacked while I was gone? I asked. Yin Liang nodded. Something big happened on the steppe. The Turks have been sitting still ever since. Something big? What kind of big? I opened my mouth to ask. SIR. Urgent summons. A messenger came sprinting across the yard. The Commander General orders Officer Yin and Officer Shun to report to headquarters immediately. I blinked. The Commander General wants to see me? The top dog of this entire military district just called a tiny flag officer by name to his personal office? Either I'm getting promoted or I'm getting executed, and honestly at this point either one would make sense. So Yin Liang and I got summoned to the Commander General's mansion, which is basically the Pentagon of Yinzhou. This guy normally only meets with high-ranking officers. We're talking colonels and above. A tiny centurion and an even tinier flag officer getting a personal invite? That's like 2 interns getting called to the CEO's corner office. Either we're getting golden medals or golden coffins. We rushed over. Security was tight. Guards checked our badges twice before letting us through. We walked through several fancy courtyards and into this big, empty hall where servants immediately brought us tea. Very civilized. Very ominous. Yin Liang sat down and immediately turned into a statue. Eyes forward, mouth shut. Spine so straight you could use him as a ruler. The man was terrified. I was casually looking around like a tourist because I'd never been here before. Priorities, you know? Then we heard footsteps. Yin Liang shot out of his chair like someone electrocuted him, so I figured I should probably stand up too. In walked Commander General Xiang Baichuan. Robe embroidered with a ferocious beast, the kind of outfit that screams, I could have you executed before lunch and still make my afternoon meetings. And then I felt it. His chi pressure hit me like walking into a brick wall. My body literally froze for a second. I've been around martial artists before, but this was a whole different universe. This man was at least middle 3 realms, a level so far above me, it was like comparing a match flame to the sun. I couldn't even imagine that kind of power yet. I slowly adjusted to the pressure and tried not to look like I was about to pass out. Cool, casual, definitely not sweating. Nope. He sat down and waved at us. Sit. We sat. His eyes landed on me and stayed there. Apparently, he still remembered the time during the first Turkish attack when he mistook me, a nobody, for one of his elite commanders on the wall. Good times. He looked at Yin Liang and said, You trained a good soldier. Yin Liang practically glowed. Thank you, sir. Then the general turned to me. I hear you brought back over 300 men. 312, sir. His eyebrows went up slightly. For a man like him, that's basically a standing ovation. With the Turks at our door and our garrison gutted, 300 fresh troops is a tremendous help, he said. They're all from your hometown. So for the 3rd time that day, I had to tell the whole, burned down a bandit fortress and recruited the survivors story. I'm starting to think I should just print pamphlets. The general's reaction was the same as everyone else's. Disbelief followed by grudging respect. Brave and clever, he said. You've reached martial apprentice minor completion, and your merits are more than sufficient. You're promoted to centurion. Thank you, sir. Honestly? Expected. I was overdue. Even Yin Liang wasn't surprised. He'd basically promised me his job anyway. Those 300 men are yours to keep commanding, the general added. Music to my ears. I recruited those boys. I trained them. Half of them are from my village. You'd have to pry them from my cold, dead hands. Yin Liang looked a little confused, though. because technically a centurion only commands about 100 guys. I was getting 3 times the standard allotment. But when the commander general says something, you don't raise your hand and go. Actually, according to paragraph 12 of the military handbook, then he dropped the bomb. Shouldn't lie. I need you to take your 300 men and burn the Turkish supply camp. Excuse me? The Turkish supply camp? As in, the camp belonging to the 100,000 Turk army? With high-level martial artists guarding it? You want me, a freshly promoted baby centurion with 300 village boys and reformed bandits, to waltz into that? My brain immediately started writing my obituary. But the general could read my face like a children's book, so he continued. A few days ago, our spies reported that the Turkish Great Khan dropped dead. What? The Great Khan? The once-in-a-generation conqueror who just unified the entire steppe? Dead? Just like that? Did he choke on a lamb chop? Trip over a tent rope? Suddenly the last few days made sense. That's why the Turks hadn't attacked. They weren't planning their next siege. They were too busy panicking about succession drama. The left prince rushed back to the royal court with most of the elite warriors to fight for the throne, the general explained. The army outside our walls still has tens of thousands of soldiers, but most of their high-level fighters are gone. Oh, so it's just regular soldiers out there now? No terrifying chi monsters who could sneeze and kill my whole squad. We need to strike while this window is open, the general continued. Once the left prince secures the throne, he'll come back with even more troops. This is our only chance. The logic was sound. My 300 guys were the only intact, organized unit in the whole city. Everyone else was either wounded, exhausted, or held together with bandages and prayers. Plus, we literally just burned down a bandit fortress. Raiding camps was basically our specialty at this point. We were the obvious choice. Don't worry about enemy martial artists, he added. I'll send several lieutenant generals and centurions with you. And that was the magic sentence. That was the difference between suicide mission and challenging but doable. As long as someone else handled the superhuman kung fu wizards, I could handle the regular soldiers just fine. Plus, and I'm not gonna lie, this was a big factor. Think of all the experience points. 300 rookies going up against real Turkish soldiers? If we survived, they'd come out as battle-hardened veterans. My stats would go through the roof. My guys' stats would go through the roof. It was a high-risk, high-reward speed run, and my inner gamer was screaming. I looked the commander general dead in the eyes. I'll do it. So I accepted the mission, walked back to the barracks, and called my officers together to break the news. Hey guys, remember how we just got here? Well, forget unpacking. We're going to burn down the Turkish supply camp tonight. The reactions were mixed. Zhang Liao's jaw hit the floor. There's like 80,000 Turks out there, and we've got a few hundred guys. We're not even a snack for them. Xiaohu immediately went full attack dog. What? You scared? Stay in the city then, coward. We'll go. Who's scared? Zhang Liao shot back. I just don't want us dying for nothing. His brother Zhang Yuan backed him up. 300 versus 80,000. We're a rounding error to them. Then Niu Jin. Beautiful, stupid, wonderful Niu Jin let out his foghorn laugh. So what? Even if they swallow us whole, I'll knock out a few teeth on the way down. Who are you calling a coward? You meathead, Zhang Yuan snapped. You? I'm calling you a coward. And just like that, my war council turned into a kindergarten cafeteria fight. Super professional. Really inspiring leadership on display here. Bang. Sher Kai slammed his fist on the table, and the room went dead silent. That man has the energy of a disappointed father, and it works every time. Raiding the camp might kill us, he said coldly. But sitting here definitely kills us. When the left prince comes back with reinforcements, every man, woman, and child in Yunzhou dies. Pick your death. Nobody breathed. Sher Kai could have been a motivational speaker. A terrifying one, but still. I wrapped it up nice and clean. We're raiding, not fighting a pitched battle. Hit fast, burn everything, get out. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we retreat to the city and try something else. Nobody's dying for nothing. That settled it. Meeting adjourned. Go tell your squads. Oh, and about my team structure. I got promoted to Centurion, so everyone else moved up too. Sher Kai and Xiaohu each became flag officers commanding 100 men apiece. The Zhang brothers and Niu Jin became squad leaders under me directly. We went from farmers with pointy sticks to actual military hierarchy in about 48 hours. Fake it till you make it, baby. That evening, we assembled at the city gates. General Xiang sent us 2 Marshal Master-level officers. That's miles above my pay grade, plus Yin Liang and 4 other centurions for backup. My guys went from nervous to cocky in about 3 seconds. Having superhuman kung fu masters on your side does wonders for morale. Fun detail, though. The 2 high-ranking officers were not thrilled about taking orders from me. I could feel the, "Who is this baby-faced nobody?" energy radiating off them. But the general's orders are the general's orders, so they swallowed their pride and shut up. I pretended not to notice. Diplomacy. The general also hooked us up with full armor for everyone and 200 extra horses. Yesterday, these guys were dirt farmers. Today, fully armored cavalry of the Great Xia Border Army. The glow-up was insane. We slipped out of the city under cover of darkness. No moon tonight. Perfect conditions for sneaking 300 horses through enemy territory. We stuffed cloth in the horses' mouths so they couldn't neigh and wrapped their hooves so they couldn't clip-clop. 300 men holding their breath, riding through the pitch-black night toward 80,000 sleeping enemies. No big deal. Totally normal Tuesday evening. The Zhang brothers took point as scouts, running ahead on both flanks like antennae, sniffing out Turkish patrols. "Stop. Patrol ahead." Zhang Liao's report came whispering back down the line. Everyone instantly dismounted and went flat on the ground. 300 men and 300 horses, pressing themselves into the dirt, not breathing, not twitching, not existing. A Turkish patrol rode past maybe 100 meters away. If one horse sneezed, we were all dead meat. The seconds felt like hours. They passed. We got up. We kept moving. This happened multiple times. Every patrol was a mini heart attack. Sneak, freeze, pray, breathe, repeat. My blood pressure was filing for divorce from my body. After several hours of this nerve-shredding crawl, we finally reached the Turkish supply camp. And there it was, 8,000 guards, torches everywhere, lit up like a Christmas tree. Inside those tents, all the food and supplies the Turks had brought from the steppe, plus everything they'd looted from the conquered Yunzhou territories. Months of stolen grain, livestock, resources, all taken from civilians who were now starving, enslaved, or worse. My blood went cold thinking about it. What the Turks did to the occupied areas. Men worked to death, women suffering horrors I won't describe, families starved because their last grain of rice was sitting in that camp. Tonight, I wasn't just burning supplies. I was settling a debt. We crept to within 200 paces and stopped. Any closer, and we'd be spotted. "Sure, Kai. Take a few guys. Kill the gate guards." Quietly, he vanished into the darkness like a ghost. Minutes later, I saw his signal. The guards at the rear gate were done. Throats slit, watchtower sentries eliminated. The Turkish guards never even finished their conversation. They'd been bragging about conquering Yunzhou, talking about taking slaves and riding on people's heads. Really poetic timing for them to die mid-sentence. I left Xiaohu outside with 80 men to guard our escape route. He was not happy. The boy wanted blood, but someone had to make sure the exit stayed open. If the Turks plugged that gate while we were inside, we'd be trapped like rats. He accepted the order. Grudgingly. Very grudgingly. I drew my sword. The blade caught no moonlight because there was no moonlight. Perfect. Follow me. Kill. 300 sabers came out of 300 scabbards in one synchronized whisper of steel. Then 300 horses screamed to life, and we charged straight into the enemy camp. We hit that Turkish camp like a freight train made of fire and bad intentions. The Turks were sleeping, just fully passed out, snoring, dreaming about conquering stuff. They felt the ground shaking from our horses, and one Turkish squad leader actually thought it was some idiot joyriding through camp after curfew. He stomped outside to yell at whoever it was, and the last thing he ever saw was my sword removing his head from his shoulders. Surprise, buddy. It's not a joyride. It's 300 very angry guys with torches. We tore through that camp with a sword in one hand and a fire torch in the other. The wind was on our side tonight. Every flame we lit turned into a raging inferno in seconds. It was like the weather gods read the mission briefing and said, "We got you, fam. Fire. Fire." The Turkish patrols started screaming. Yeah, no kidding. Half their guys burned to death in their tents without ever waking up. The smell hit almost immediately. Burning wood, burning leather, burning. Well, let's just say the camp started smelling like a massive barbecue. Thousands of sheep panicked and stampeded everywhere. Horses broke loose and went berserk, trampling their own soldiers. It was glorious chaos. I switched to fire arrows and started sniping grain warehouses left and right. Each one went up like a bonfire at a festival. One Turkish soldier figured out what was happening and started shouting, "It's the XI army. Their raid," and I put an arrow through him mid-sentence. Sorry, pal, no spoilers allowed. But these Turks weren't pushovers. They got organized fast. Thousands of soldiers poured out of their tents, grabbed weapons, jumped on horses, and came for us with murder in their eyes. Losing the supply camp meant execution by the left prince, so they were fighting for their lives just as hard as we were. Shirkai ran into a Turkish squad commander leading a few dozen cavalry head-on. The Turkish guy was all smug about it, foolish Xia dogs, until Shirkai pulled out his bow and shot at him from horseback. At full gallop, the Turks' smile evaporated instantly. Mounted archery is supposed to be their thing. That's like beating an Italian at making pasta. Before he could process the humiliation, the dozens of riders behind Shirkai all drew bows and fired simultaneously. The Turkish commander and his men got turned into human porcupines. These were my Green Creek boys, village hunters who'd been leveling up under my troop command talent for days. They'd evolved from farmers who can sort of shoot to elite mounted archers, and the Turks were not ready. Meanwhile, I got sandwiched between 200-man Turkish units, front and back, closing in like a vice. Classic pincer move. Did I panic? Reader, I did not panic. I split my forces instantly. Wedge formation forward to punch through the front group. Crescent formation backward to hold off the rear. My brain was running formation calculations like a supercomputer. Thank you. Expert-level troop command talent. You beautiful cheat code. The Zhang brothers led the wedge charge. Zhang Liao was screaming, "Eat my spear, barbarian," while literally shish kebabbing Turks with his lance. That man went from, "I don't want to die," in the meeting room to, "I am death incarnate," on the battlefield. Character development speedrun. The brothers punched clean through the Turkish line like a knife through tofu, and our cavalry flooded through the gap behind them. At the rear, Neo Jean was playing cleanup duty with his giant melon hammer. That absolute unit was swinging a war hammer bigger than most people's torsos, and every Turk who tried to chase us got converted into a red stain on the ground. Splat, 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 like a human whack-a-mole, except the moles don't get back up. My formation buffs were doing work. The attack and defense bonuses turned my 300 rookies into something the Turks had never seen before. Since the Battle of Buried Bones, the Xia army had been a joke, collapsing at first contact, running from every fight. The Turks had gotten comfortable bullying us. Not tonight. I watched Turkish soldiers literally scream in disbelief as my cavalry smashed through their lines. Are these really XI soldiers? Yeah, buddy. We're the new model. Surprise. My troop command experience was skyrocketing. Every kill my soldiers scored fed directly into my stats. 300 soldiers carving through thousands of enemies? That's an XP fountain. My proficiency jumped over 100 points in minutes. The system was practically throwing confetti at me. Shirkai and I finally linked up in the middle of the burning camp. Everything behind us was an ocean of fire. The grain warehouses, the livestock pens, the supply tents, all of it engulfed. I'd burned down Black Cloud's stronghold last week. Now I was burning the Turkish supply depot. At this point, arson was basically my signature move. I should put it on a business card. Shunlai, professional pyromaniac and part-time centurion. Shirkai was grinning like a maniac, fire reflecting off his armor. Looking at this blaze, those Turkish brats are going hungry tomorrow. They're seeing red right now, I said. Time to leave before they get organized. Let's not overstay our welcome. We merged our forces and charged toward the exit. The same gate we came in through, where Xiaohu was waiting with the backup squad. But the Turks were converging from every direction now. Hundreds, then thousands, swarming toward us like angry hornets. Didn't matter. My wedge formation was a battering ram, and nothing could stop it. We smashed through wave after wave of Turkish cavalry. I'd raise my hand. 100 archers would fire in unison, clearing the path. Shirkai would lead the charge through the gap. Rinse and repeat. The Turks kept throwing bodies at us, and we kept punching through. Cowardly XIA scum, they screamed at our backs. Which is hilarious, because we just rode into your camp, burned your food, killed your guys, and are now leaving whenever we feel like it. But sure, we're the cowards. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Oh wait, your beds are on fire too. We were almost at the gate. Almost free. Almost. Then several Turkish centurions and their troops appeared directly in our path, blocking the exit. Oh, come on. We were so close to the exit. I could practically smell freedom. And then 3 Turkish centurions, 1,000-man commanders, showed up like final bosses blocking the doorway. These guys were massive. Full heavy armor, built like rhinoceroses, standing in our path like 3 refrigerators someone parked in the road. Each one a martial master. A full major realm above me. This wasn't a difficulty spike. This was the game switching from normal to nightmare mode mid-level. The 2 Xia 1,000-man officers that General Xiang sent with us stepped forward without hesitation. This is literally why we're here. They crashed into 2 of the Turkish centurions, and the 4 of them started their own private war. Chi explosions, massive weapons clashing, the whole kung fu movie spectacle. That left 1 Turkish centurion unoccupied. And guess who he decided to chase? My 300 guys. Shirkai reacted instantly. Fire. 100 mounted archers unloaded everything they had. Arrows rained down on that centurion like a hailstorm. Ping, 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 ping. Every single arrow bounced off his heavy armor like rubber balls off a tank. Didn't even scratch him. Barely tickled his chi. 100 arrows and the man didn't flinch. That's the gap between a martial apprentice and a martial master. It's not a gap, it's a canyon. I made a split-second decision. Shirkai, take everyone and go. I'll handle him. Did I have confidence I could win? Absolutely not. But could I outrun him while babysitting 300 soldiers? Also absolutely not. If he caught up to the group, he'd carve through them like a hot knife through butter. Everything we'd built, every soldier, every formation, every ounce of progress, would be wiped out in minutes. Shirkai's jaw tightened. He didn't want to leave me. But he's smart enough to know the math. Him staying meant everyone dying. He bit down hard, shouted, "Be careful," and whipped his horse forward. "Follow me." The 300 riders thundered toward the gate. The Turkish centurion saw his prey escaping and lost it. "Think you can leave?" He charged at the retreating column like a guided missile. I started shooting. Arrow after arrow after arrow, targeting every joint and gap in his armor. Most bounced off, but a few slipped through and stuck. They weren't doing real damage, but each one made his chi ripple just a tiny bit. More importantly, each hit made him stutter step for half a second. Half a second was all Shirkai needed. The column pulled further ahead. The centurion tried to resume his chase. More arrows in his back. He stopped again. Goddamn brat, he finally gave up on catching the group and turned to face me instead. Good. Mission accomplished, my guys were getting away. Bad. Now I was alone with an enraged martial master who wanted to wear my skull as a hat. But first, I had a warm-up round. The regular Turkish soldiers swarmed in, surrounding me in a big circle. Dozens of them, thinking numbers would work. Allow me to introduce my upgraded stats. I drew both swords and went full Cuisinart. My blade skill had leveled up to effortless precision. Every swing found the gaps in their armor like my sword had GPS. Neck joints, armpit seams, knee gaps. I was hitting weak points with surgical accuracy while spending minimum energy. Efficiency is king when you're outnumbered 50-1. A few dozen Turkish soldiers hit the ground in seconds. The rest formed a circle and just stood there, staring. Nobody wanted to be next. I was standing in a ring of dead bodies like the world's most terrifying circus act. Then the centurion shoved through the crowd. Out of my way. His head is mine. Oh, let me tell you about the grind though. Before this lovely one-on-one date, let me check my progress from tonight's festivities. On the way to this point, I'd already killed 3 or 4 Turkish centurion-level officers. Same playbook every time. Arrow rain to drain their chi, then walk up and chop. They kept coming at me one by one like NPCs in a bad video game. None of them could figure out why they were losing to someone a whole rank below them. One guy's literal dying words were, "So the rumors were true." Yeah, buddy. They were. My archery skill had gone from 394 to 883 out of 1,000. Almost maxed out. My swordsmanship jumped from 398 to 771. My body-hardening technique climbed from 418 to 533. I was feasting on experience points tonight. This raid was basically a buffet, and I was going back for thirds. But this centurion? This was different. Those dead officers were martial apprentices like me. This guy was a martial master. When my 100 archers couldn't even dent him, that told me everything I needed to know. My usual strategy of shoot them until they're empty, then stab them, might not work here. He was staring at me with bloodshot eyes, giant battle axe in hand, heavy armor gleaming in the firelight of his own burning camp. Behind us, everything was in flames. The grain stores, the tents, the livestock pens. His entire supply depot, months of provisions for 100,000 soldiers, turning to ash. And he blamed me specifically. Which, fair. It was definitely my fault. He burst through his own soldiers and roared, "Everyone back, OFF. This southern barbarian's head belongs to me. Just me and Mr. Rhino. One-on-one. A martial apprentice versus a martial master. Cool, 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 cool. Sure, Kai got away with my 300 guys. Good. Those soldiers are literally my entire net worth. If I lose them, I'm back to being a nobody with a fancy bow and 0 friends." Now for the bad news. I was completely surrounded inside the Turkish camp. One martial master centurion staring me down. Thousands of enemy soldiers on every side. Reinforcements coming. No allies. No escape route. No advantages whatsoever. In military strategy, they call this a death ground. I call it a Tuesday, apparently, because my life has been one near-death experience after another since I got to this stupid world. The Turkish centurion was in no rush. He was walking toward me slowly, grinning, swinging his giant battle axe like he was strolling through a park. The man was enormous, even bigger than the last giant Turk I killed. Seriously, what are they feeding these people? Is there a secret protein shake factory somewhere on the steppe? Do they milk their horses and mix it with steroids? Hiya, he exploded forward. The chi eruption alone almost knocked the surrounding Turkish soldiers off their feet. His axe came down like he was trying to split the planet in half. The wind pressure alone cut my skin. I rolled sideways like my life depended on it, because it did. The axe cratered the ground where I'd been standing. If that had connected, I'd have been 2 separate Shunlais. Thank God for my dodge rolling skills. Honestly, my best talent isn't archery or swordsmanship. It's being really, really good at not getting hit. The surrounding Turkish soldiers saw me tumble toward them and got excited. Get him! They all swung at me at once. I casually backhanded one sword strike and killed 3 of them without even looking. Please, gentlemen, the adults are fighting. Axeman came back for round 2. His swings were creating actual windstorms. I was dodging, weaving, and rolling, but his own soldiers weren't fast enough. His axe tore through like 4 of his own guys who couldn't get out of the way in time. After a few exchanges, his kill count on his own team was honestly getting impressive. I hadn't taken a scratch, but he'd accidentally shredded a half-dozen friendlies. Team killing at its finest. But I knew this couldn't last. My survival depended entirely on those 2 Xia centurions fighting the other Turkish centurions nearby. If even one of them lost, I'd be facing 2 martial masters at once. At that point, my dodge roll career would be tragically cut short. So I stopped running and went on the offense. I pumped chi through my whole body, grabbed both swords, and unleashed everything I had. Speed maxed out. Attack speed maxed out. I turned into a human blender and started hammering his armor with rapid strikes. Clang, 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 clang. The noise was deafening. Nearby Turkish soldiers were literally getting dizzy from the vibrations. It sounded like someone threw a kitchen into a washing machine. And the result? Nothing. 0 damage. His armor was completely fine. Every time my blade connected, it bounced off an invisible force field. He had this thing, chi armor. External chi projection. Once you reach martial master realm, you can wrap your entire body in a layer of hardened chi energy. My swords literally couldn't touch his actual body. I was banging on an invisible wall. He laughed at me. Come on, little flea. Keep going, little flea. This 7-foot steroid monster just called me a FLEA. My sword skills were going absolutely bonkers though. Fighting someone a whole realm above me was like training in a hyperbolic time chamber. My blade proficiency shot from 771 to 972. My body technique jumped from 533 to 672. If I wasn't about to die, this would be the greatest training session of my life. Part of me genuinely wanted to just keep using this dude as an XP pinata forever. Then he got serious. His axe started glowing with chi energy, and he swung horizontally with nearly double his previous speed. I jumped backward and dodged the blade cleanly. I watched it pass in front of me, a full foot away from my chest. But then my armor exploded, and something smashed into my ribcage like an invisible truck. I dodged. I clearly dodged. The axe didn't touch me. How am I bleeding? If not for my body-hardening technique, that phantom hit would have ripped me apart. I wiped blood from my mouth and stared at him, trying to figure out what just happened. He came again, axe glowing, grinning like a psychopath. This time I grabbed a Turkish soldier and held the poor guy in front of me as a human shield. Let me go? 2 pieces. The axe wasn't even close, but the chi glow touched him and he split like a log. So that was the trick. He was extending his chi through the axe, creating an invisible blade of energy that reached further than the actual weapon. You could dodge the axe and still get cut by the chi extension. Basically an invisible lightsaber attachment on top of his regular axe. Completely unfair. I needed more data. I grabbed another Turkish soldier. Chop. Another one. Chop chop. I was running experiments here, testing range, angle, width of the chi blade. Very scientific. Very sorry about the test subjects. After about the 5th involuntary volunteer, I reached for another one and empty space. Every Turkish soldier within arm's reach had fled. They'd rather take their chances running from me than being grabbed and used as my crash test dummy. The area around us was completely empty. Fair enough. I had my answer anyway. He wraps chi around his weapon to extend its cutting range. It's like an invisible energy blade coating the axe. Interesting. Very interesting. What if I could do the same thing? I activated my 100 refinements technique, but instead of channeling chi into my body for defense, I pushed it into my sword, wrapping the blade in compressed, razor-thin chi energy. And then my sword started glowing. A pale golden light crept along the edge of the blade, humming with power. A new skill window appeared in my vision. 100 refinements breaking edge sword, expert level. Effect: compress chi onto the blade edge to pierce through enemy chi armor. I just invented a new technique. In the middle of a fight, while surrounded by thousands of enemies. By basically going, hey, what if I copy what he's doing, but with a sword? The Turkish centurion saw the golden glow on my blade, and his smirk disappeared. He didn't know what I was doing, but he knew it wasn't good. I launched forward. My glowing sword screamed through the air and struck his armor. This time, no bounce. No invisible wall. No metallic clang. The chi edge cut through his chi armor like a hot knife through butter, and my blade bit deep into his actual physical armor underneath. Heh, got you. You've got big feet, buddy, but I just found shoes that fit. My new golden glowing sword technique was the most beautiful thing I'd ever created. The chi was paper thin, razor sharp, and it sliced through that centurion's chi armor like it wasn't even there. His indestructible force field? Tissue paper. His smug confidence? Gone. The best part? This technique barely costs any chi. I'm wrapping energy around a tiny sword edge. He was wrapping energy around his entire body. That's like comparing the electricity bill of a nightlight versus a football stadium. His chi was draining like a bathtub with no plug while I was sipping mine through a cocktail straw. His massive chi advantage? Basically canceled out. Math is beautiful, people. The Turkish centurion was having a full mental breakdown. His thoughts were practically written on his face. I'm a martial master. He's a martial apprentice. Minor completion. This is literally impossible. What sorcery is this? I put golden glow on both swords. Double trouble. Now picture this. He's 7 feet tall, 300 pounds of muscle and heavy armor, swinging a battle axe the size of a dining table. I'm half his size, dancing circles around him like a hyperactive hummingbird with 2 glowing lightsabers. Every time his axe came down, I was already behind him. Every time he turned, I'd already cut him twice. My blades were finding every gap, every joint, every weak point. The effortless precision bonus meant I wasn't wasting a single movement. He tried blocking with the axe, too slow. He tried his chi armor again. My golden edge cut through it like warm butter. He redirected all his chi into raw body enhancement. Too late. I was already carving him up. 1 slash. 2 slashes. 3. His iron armor cracked open. Blood sprayed everywhere. Tiela. You too. Help em. He tried calling his buddies. He did not finish the sentence. I learned my lesson from last time. Remember that Turkish officer on the wall who tried to self-destruct and take me with him? Not making that mistake again. This time I didn't stop at killing him. I turned him into a jigsaw puzzle. Chopped him into like 15 separate pieces. Good luck activating your suicide blood technique when your body is in different zip codes, pal. My new technique's proficiency rocketed from 57 to 358. My body technique jumped to 792 out of 1,000. Almost breakthrough level. Killing someone a full major realm above me was basically chugging a gallon of concentrated experience juice. I didn't even pause to catch my breath. I grabbed both dripping swords and sprinted toward the other fight. The two Xia centurions were getting their butts kicked. Both injured, bleeding from multiple wounds, barely hanging on. They'd basically accepted death, thinking once they fell, I'd be next. They figured they'd failed the general's mission. Then they saw me running toward them with two golden swords and a centurion-shaped pile of body parts behind me. Surprise, boys. The cavalry is here, and it's 5'9". I blitzed into the fight. 2 slashes, 1 per Turkish centurion, and I was already back out before they registered what happened. Both of them dropped to their knees. I'd severed their Achilles tendons. Clean cuts, right through their chi armor, like the armor wasn't even there. Both martial masters, brought to their knees by a technique I invented 15 minutes ago. They had zero idea why their chi armor failed. Welcome to the club, boys. Membership is involuntary and comes with severed tendons. Our Xia centurions immediately went on the offensive. The tide completely reversed. Now the Turks were the ones getting beaten down, crippled, and confused, trying to fight while also watching their backs because I kept darting in and stabbing them in creative places. I got both of them in the kidneys during one particularly elegant drive-by. This bastard, they screamed. Yeah, that's me. The kidney-stabbing bastard. Put it on my tombstone. Then they did the thing I knew they'd do. The eyes went wide. The chi started surging. I'm gonna self-destruct and take everyone with me. Energy filled the air. Oh no, you don't. Not again. I was ready this time. The second they dropped their defenses to activate their blood-burning suicide technique, I was already mid-swing. 2 swords, 2 necks, 2 watermelon-sized heads launched into the sky like the world's goriest fireworks. Get out of here with that nonsense. 3 martial master centurions. All dead. Killed by a martial apprentice who learned his signature move 20 minutes ago during combat. I'm basically speedrunning the entire martial arts progression system. The 2 Xia centurions were staring at me like I'd grown a second head. What was that sword technique? No time for chatting. We need to leave. I grabbed some loose horses. As we rode toward the exit, one of them couldn't help himself. Seriously though, how did you cut through their chi armor? I shrugged. I just wrapped my 100 refinements chi around the blade edge. Both of them went silent. Then one tried copying me. He managed to coat his sword in chi, but it was just a big, blurry blob, like wrapping a sword in cotton candy instead of a laser edge. No sharpness. No cutting power. He tried again. Same result. His buddy tried too. Nothing. They both looked at me with the expression of students who just watched the teacher solve a problem in one step that took them 3 pages. Officer Shun is truly a once-in-a-generation genius, once said. The same guys who'd been annoyed about taking orders from a kid 2 hours ago were now calling me a prodigy. Funny how killing 3 people who outrank you changes social dynamics. We were galloping toward the camp gate. Freedom was right there. One of the centurions was getting chatty, feeling good about surviving. Officer Shun, when we get back to Yunzhou, drinks are on us. With your achievements tonight, your career is going to be incredible. When you're famous, please remember. A massive invisible force slammed into him. Blood exploded from his mouth. He and his horse got launched 50 feet through the air like a baseball off a bat. Every hair on the back of my neck stood straight up. A chi pressure descended on me that made the Turkish centurions feel like toddlers in comparison. My body locked. My lungs forgot how to work. In the corner of my vision, a Turkish warrior was running toward us, on foot, and outpacing our galloping horses. Outpacing. Horses. On. Foot. That's not martial master level. That's not even close. That's a martial grandmaster. Oh no. So here's something they don't teach you in military school. When you burn down a camp guarded by 8,000 soldiers, there's usually a boss above the bosses. An 8,000-man camp means 8 centurions, and above those 8 centurions, 1 martial grandmaster commander. Guess who forgot about that? Me. I forgot about the final boss. This maniac came out of nowhere. He must have been organizing the firefighting first like a responsible manager, then decided to personally come murder me. One casual palm strike from 50 feet away, and boom. One of my Xia Centurions exploded off his horse and flew through the air like a rag doll. Just launched. Like a human cannonball at a circus nobody bought tickets to. The chi pressure this guy radiated made the Centurions I'd just killed feel like kittens. My body locked up. My horse nearly collapsed. This wasn't a fight I could win. This wasn't even a fight I could survive for 10 rounds. Crossing one major realm was my absolute limit. This guy was 2 realms above me. I was an ant looking up at a boot. Time to do what I do best in impossible situations. Run. I whipped my horse into maximum overdrive. My riding talent pushed the horse faster than any normal rider could manage. But this psychopath was keeping up. On foot. Let me repeat that. A human being, running, was matching my horse at full gallop. His legs were faster than 4-horse legs. Physics had left the chat. The surviving Xia Centurion looked back at the approaching nightmare and made his decision. Go, Officer Shun. He yanked his horse around and charged straight at the Grandmaster. No, one punch. One punch, and the Centurion was off his horse. But the crazy son of a gun was still alive thanks to his body technique. He was lying on the ground, coughing blood, and he grabbed the Grandmaster's leg, just wrapped both arms around it, and held on with pure willpower and military pride. Let go. The Grandmaster smashed him in half with a palm strike. I watched it happen. My teeth cracked from how hard I was clenching my jaw. 2 Centurions. 2 men who died specifically so that I, a freshly promoted nobody, could live. They threw away their lives to buy me seconds. Every fiber in my body wanted to turn around and fight. But fighting meant dying. Dying meant their sacrifice was worthless. So I bit down on my fury, whipped the horse harder, and didn't look back. Those few seconds of delay, just enough. I was 100 paces ahead now, and the camp gate was right there. Meanwhile, outside the camp, Xiaohu had been losing his mind. He'd been standing guard at the exit like I ordered, watching the camp burn from outside. At first he was excited. It worked. Then minutes passed. Then more minutes. He could hear fighting inside, but nobody came out. Just fire and screaming and Turkish soldiers. No Xia troops. No me. No Shirkai. Come on. Come out already. He was pacing around like a father in a delivery room. Except the baby was 300 soldiers trapped in a burning enemy fortress. Then a Turkish squad showed up trying to shut the main gate. If they closed it, everyone inside was dead. Xiaohu went berserk. He charged out with his men and slaughtered every single one of them, then planted himself at the gate like a human doorstop. Nobody was closing that door while he was breathing. Finally, Shirkai burst through the flames with the 300 riders. Covered in soot, covered in blood, but alive. They smashed through the remaining Turkish guards and poured out of the camp. Xiaohu punched Shirkai in the shoulder. Good time in there, huh? Shirkai didn't smile. His face was dark. Where's Xinlai? Xiaohu asked, suddenly noticing. Where's Yanliang? The Centurions? Shirkai told him everything. How I'd stayed behind to hold off the martial master so they could escape. Xiaohu's eyes went wide. Then furious. He's still in there? I'm going back. Shirkai grabbed him. You can't. You'll get everyone killed. Then I'll go alone. Xiaohu tried to mount his horse. That's an order. Shirkai roared. That stopped him. Xiaohu stood there, staring at the burning camp, tears running down his face that he'd deny forever. The toughest, loudest, most obnoxious kid in the squad, crying silently while the moon slowly sank behind the trees. Shirkai softened his voice. Trust him. He'll make it out. Time passed. Nobody talked. The moon disappeared below the horizon. The fire kept burning. Hope was thinning like smoke in wind. Then, a single rider exploded out of the inferno. It's Xunlai. Xiaohu frantically wiped his face and screamed. Shirkai shouted, Mount up. 300 soldiers jumped onto horses and charged toward me. Xiaohu was waving and yelling my name like a kid seeing his dad come home from war. Except I wasn't slowing down. I wasn't smiling. I wasn't waving back. Turn around. Run. Now. The look on my face must have been absolutely demonic because nobody asked a single question. 300 horses pivoted like a school of fish and started galloping in my direction at maximum speed. I couldn't see the Grandmaster behind me, but I could feel him back there like a shark in dark water. I parked myself at the very back of the column. If he caught up, he'd hit me first, not my guys, and we ran. We ran for 30 miles before I let anyone stop. 30 miles. On horseback. At full sprint. The horses were foaming. The men were half dead from exhaustion, and my legs were basically fused to the saddle. I posted the Zhang brothers on watch duty and finally took a drink of water. My hands were shaking. Not from fear. From everything. Shirkai and Xiaohu came over immediately. Yin Liang and the others. Shirkai started, already knowing the answer from my face. I shook my head. Silence. Xiaohu's eyes went red. Yin Liang had been our mentor. The guy who gave us our first real chance. Without him, we'd still be random conscripts swinging farm tools. Whatever we were now, officers, warriors, leaders, we owed to that one-armed centurion who saw something in us. I put my hand on Xiaohu's shoulder. The 2 centurions died saving me. I saw it with my own eyes. But Yin Liang and the other officers, they might still be alive. We didn't see them fall. A tiny spark of hope lit up in their eyes. I chose not to mention how slim that hope actually was. Then Zhang Yuan came thundering back on his horse. Sir, Turkish army ahead. At least 5,000, 10 miles out. Of course there was. The Turks already knew their supply camp got torched. They'd sent a blocking force to cut us off from Yunzhou. And if there were 5,000 ahead of us, there were probably more behind us, and more on the flanks. We just burned their food, killed their officers, and humiliated them in front of their entire army. Every single Turk within 100 miles wanted our heads on pikes. 300 exhausted soldiers. Tired horses. Enemies in every direction. And a martial grandmaster probably still hunting us somewhere in the dark. Just another normal night in my life. Honestly, the Turks were absolutely not sleeping tonight. We'd just torched their entire food supply. Months of grain, thousands of livestock, everything. Somewhere out there, 80,000 hungry soldiers were very aware that a few hundred lunatics did this to them. And when the left prince gets back and finds out, heads will roll, literally, which meant every Turk within 50 miles was hunting us right now. Report. 2 more Turkish units from the southwest. 3,000 each, of course. Why would there only be one group chasing us? That would be too easy. Shirkai asked the obvious question. Back to Yunzhou? I shook my head. They know that's where we're going. They'll set up ambushes on every road between here and the city. Going back now is walking into a trap. Xiaohu's face went pale. Then where? Everything out here is Turkish territory. He wasn't wrong. Most of Yunzhou province had fallen. We were deep behind enemy lines with 300 exhausted soldiers, tired horses, and zero backup. We were, in the most technical military sense, completely and utterly screwed. Panic was spreading through the ranks like a cold. These guys had survived the raid on pure adrenaline. But now the adrenaline was wearing off and reality was kicking in. We were alone, surrounded, and the entire Turkish army wanted us dead. I yanked my horse in the opposite direction from Yunzhou city. Follow me. Nobody argued. When your commander has just escaped a martial grandmaster, energy on his face, you don't ask questions. We rode for hours through the darkest part of the night, dodging Turkish patrols, weaving through back roads, until we finally shook our pursuers and stumbled onto a small village. Changle village? Xiaohu pointed it out on the map. The village was pitch black. Not a single light. Not even a dog barking. When they heard hoofbeats approaching, every door and window slammed shut. These people thought we were Turks coming for round 2. Only when they heard us speaking Xiao language and saw our border army armor did they cautiously crack their doors open. Even then, they weren't exactly thrilled. There's an old saying, bandits comb you, but soldiers shave you. In wartime, armies weren't much better than thieves. These villagers had every right to be suspicious. I put a stop to that immediately. Anyone who harms, steals from, or mistreats these civilians gets executed. And their commanding officer gets punished too. No exceptions. My officers snapped to attention. Yes, SIR. The soldiers found places to crash. Some got actual houses, some got barns and stables. Not glamorous, but after riding all night through enemy territory, a cowshed felt like a 5-star hotel. Our group settled into a local woman's home. Xiaohu, being Xiaohu, immediately turned on the charm. Auntie, could I trouble you for some water? The old woman looked at his round baby face and froze. Her eyes filled with tears. Apparently he looked like her dead child. She hurried off to get water, wiping her eyes. We ate our dry rations, drank the water, and tried to convince our bodies that we were no longer on horseback. Xiaohu and Shirkai had been riding so long that even sitting on solid ground, they felt the floor swaying under them like phantom horse riding. Their inner ears were filing complaints. I finally had a moment to check my stats. Holy experience points, Batman. Leadership jumped from 46 to 59. Physical stats from 57 to 65. My troop command proficiency nearly quintupled, 128 to 577. Riding skill broke through to expert level with 323 bonus points. And the soldiers? 102 of them upgraded to elite cavalry. 57 became elite mounted archers. My farmers-turned-soldiers were now legitimate elite troops with combat power of 30, higher than standard Turkish cavalry at 20. One single night raid, and my army transformed from rookies into veterans. Best training exercise ever. Would not recommend the being chased by a grandmaster part though. Then Xiaohu noticed something that killed the mood. Hey, has anyone else noticed there are no men in this village? Shirkai didn't even open his eyes. Turks. We all looked over at the old woman. She was sitting on her straw bed, staring blankly at Xiaohu with hollow eyes. Whatever the Turks had done to this village, you could see it written on her face without asking. I sighed. Changle Village. Eternal Happiness Village. What a beautiful name for such a sad place. Shirkai brought us back to business. So what's the plan? We're cut off from Yinzhou. Our food won't last more than a few days. Good question. Were we really alone out here, though? I looked around. Villagers had given us shelter, water, a place to rest. The people of Yinzhou were still here. Still on our side. We weren't alone. We had something the Turks would never have. The locals actually wanted us to win. But yeah, the food problem was real. Even martial artists can't run on patriotism and good vibes. Xiaohu suggested hiding here for a few days until things calmed down, then sneaking back to the city. I shot that down instantly. No, we need to keep moving. We're going to fight a guerrilla war. A guerrilla war? Xiaohu looked confused and slightly alarmed, like I was suggesting we recruit primates. Guerrilla. It means hit them, move. Hit them somewhere else, move again. If we can win, we fight. If we can't, we run. Never stay in one place. Both of them looked at me like I'd just reinvented warfare. Which, for this world, I kind of had. Yan Liang's training philosophy was, fight hard, never retreat, die with honor. My philosophy was, win smart, stay alive, and make the enemy's life a living nightmare. Here's the thing, I continued. Don't go back to Yinzhou yet. Why? Think about it. If you were the Turks and I just burned all your food, what would you do? Xiaohu answered immediately. Get more food shipped in from the steppe, obviously. Shirkai's eyes narrowed. Not just that. They'd also send raiding parties to steal food from every village in the region. Exactly. I pointed at Shirkai like he'd just won a game show. The steppe is far. Resupply takes weeks. But there are villages all over Yunzhou they can rob right now. They're going to send smaller groups to squeeze every last grain of rice out of these people. Xiaohu's face went dark. Those inhuman animals. We can't let them. We won't. I grinned. We're going to ambush every single raiding party they send out. We protect the villages, we destroy their food supply, and we bleed them dry, one patrol at a time. 2 birds, 1 stone. Shirkai and Xiaohu both lit up like someone had plugged them into a wall socket. Now we're talking. We left Changle Village before sunrise. Not a single rooster crowed, because there were no roosters left. The Turks had taken everything. Before we left, Xiaohu put a few flatbreads on the old woman's kitchen counter. His sister had baked those specially for him back home. That kid acts tough, but he's got a marshmallow for a heart. Shirkai quietly left some coins on the table without saying a word. That's his whole personality, silent generosity and terrifying competence. I gave strict orders. Nobody takes anything from villagers. Not that there was anything to take. The Turks had already picked these people clean. The old woman's entire food supply was half a pound of wheat bran. She was surviving on wild vegetable soup and prayer. We mounted up and slipped away as quietly as we'd arrived. Like ghosts. Helpful, armed, slightly smelly ghosts. As we rode across the open countryside, Xiaohu was gawking at the landscape like a tourist. If the government hadn't drafted me, I'd never have known Yunzhou was this big. Same energy as a kidnapping victim admiring the scenery. Classic Xiaohu. Then Zhang Liao's scout came galloping back. Sir, Turkish patrol ahead, about 200 men, heading toward Zhao family village. And so it begins. The Turks were already sending raiding parties to steal food from villages, exactly like I predicted. Their entire supply depot was ashes and 80,000 stomachs were growling. They had maybe 3 days before their army fell apart from hunger. Shirkai's eyes sharpened. Let's get them, Xiaohu grinned. We burned their dinner, and now they're hangry. Poor babies. 200 Turks? With my 300 elite cavalry? That's not even a fair fight. That's bullying. And I was absolutely fine with that. Move out. 300 horses thundered northwest. We arrived at Zhao family village to find exactly the nightmare I expected. Turkish soldiers were kicking down doors, stealing every grain of rice, every bean, every scrap of food these people had left. One villager was crying, begging a Turkish soldier not to take his last bag of beans. The Turk didn't even bother understanding him, just cut him down and walked away carrying the beans. The Turkish centurion looked at the pathetic pile of stolen food and complained. That's all. Useless. Then he waved his hand dismissively. Kill all the villagers. Every last one. His soldiers drew their swords and walked toward the huddled, terrified families. Shining blades reflecting faces that had already accepted death. Then the ground started shaking. The Turkish centurion heard the hoofbeats and got annoyed. He thought it was another Turkish unit stepping on his turf. Which idiot doesn't know this is MY territory? Then he saw 300 border army cavalrymen charging toward him at full speed, and his attitude adjusted real quick. It's the Xia. Mount up. Credit where it's due. These Turks got on their horses and into formation scary fast. Nomad instincts are no joke. Their centurion was screaming, kill these southern dogs. Charge, and 200 Turkish cavalry came roaring straight at us. They thought we'd be easy. Xia cavalry had always been a joke to them. Armored pigs on horseback, they called us. They'd been bullying our army for years and forgot what a real fight felt like. Allow me to refresh their memory. Archers. Fire. Shirkai's arm dropped like a guillotine. 100 arrows screamed across the gap and slammed into the Turkish formation at 100 paces. Dozens of riders went down instantly. Horses tumbled. Bodies flew. The Turks' smug confidence evaporated in about 2 seconds. They'd never seen Xia-mounted archers this accurate. Not since they invaded Yunzhou. My boys were upgraded elites now, and the Turks were still thinking they were fighting the old model. The Turkish archers fired back. Arrows came whistling at us. My soldiers batted them out of the air with their swords. Clang, clang, clang. Like the world's most dangerous tennis match. At 50 paces I screamed, kill them! Kill them! 300 voices echoed back, loud enough to make the Turks, the guys famous for being bloodthirsty murder machines, actually flinch. The two cavalry lines collided. Horses smashing into horses. Steel on steel. Pure beautiful chaos. I was dual-wielding swords on horseback, spinning left and right like a human helicopter. 15 Turkish riders hit the dirt before anyone could blink. My riding skill was at expert level now. I could practically dance on the saddle. The Turkish centurion finally had to step in personally before I single-handedly deleted his entire unit. Arrogant southern dog, he lunged at me with a spear. I dodged it on horseback like it was a slow-motion tutorial attack. One counter-slash and my blade carved through his armor. He fell off his horse, dead before he hit the ground. 3 moves. That's all a Turkish centurion was worth to me now. 3 moves and a funeral. Without their leader, the remaining Turks instantly broke and ran. Complete rout. My elite cavalry with formation buffs were fighting at roughly 2-to-1 advantage per soldier. The Turks never stood a chance. Shirkai chased them down. He took 100 riders and went hunting. First guerrilla engagement, total victory. Fast, clean, devastating. Exactly as planned. While the dust settled, I looked at the dead Turkish soldiers and had a brilliant idea. The kind of idea that makes you smile in a way that concerns your friends. Xiaohu, strip the armor off every dead Turk. He wrinkled his nose. Huh? Shenlai? Why do we want their stinky armor? I gave him my most mysterious grin. Just do it. Trust me. I have plans. He started collecting armor while looking at me like I'd lost my mind. But I could see the gears turning in Shirkai's head. He was already halfway to figuring it out. 200 Turkish-sized suits of armor. 200 Turkish horses. 300 soldiers who could pass for Turks from a distance. Oh, this was going to be fun. The battle was over before I finished warming up. 200 Turks versus 300 of my guys. That's not a fight. That's a tutorial level. My stats ticked up nicely. Troop command proficiency climbed to 632. And get this, 3 of my soldiers upgraded to Valiant Cavalry. That's a combat power of 40. Double a regular Turkish horseman. My farmers have officially out-evolved the nomadic warriors who've been riding horses since birth. Darwin would be fascinated. Here's the thing about Turks, though. They're incredible at the first charge. Explosive, terrifying, all-out aggression. But the moment things don't go their way, tissue paper morale. One volley of arrows dented their confidence. Our cavalry, not crumbling on contact, confused them. And when I chopped their centurion's head off in 3 moves, the whole unit's willpower went from conquer the world to every man for himself in about 4 seconds. I sent Shirkai to chase down the runners, partly to reduce enemy numbers, mostly to grab their horses. Horses are everything out here. No horse, no mobility. No mobility, you're a sitting duck in enemy territory. Meanwhile, Xiaohu was on Turkish armor collection duty, grumbling about the smell. Why do we need their stinky gear? I just smiled mysteriously. He doesn't need to know yet. The plan is cooking and it smells delicious, unlike those armor sets. Now, the village. When we'd arrived, the Turks had been minutes away from massacring every last person in Zhao family village. They'd already stolen all the food they could find, and their centurion had literally given the order. Kill them all, swords were drawn. Villagers were huddled together, eyes closed, waiting to die. Then 300 of us came thundering over the hill like the world's angriest cavalry delivery service. After the fight, the village elder, a man old enough to be my grandfather, dropped to his knees in front of me. Then the entire village followed. Hundreds of people, kneeling in the dirt, crying, thanking us like we were gods who fell out of the sky. I nearly choked. I hauled the old man back to his feet immediately. Sir, please. We're border soldiers. Protecting you is literally our job. Then I ordered my guys to return all the stolen grain to the villagers. Every last bean, back to its rightful owner. The village elder grabbed my arm. General, keep the food. You eat, you get strong, you kill more Turks. That's what we want. The other villagers all nodded furiously. But I shook my head. If we take your food, what do you eat? The old man gave me the most devious grandpa grin I've ever seen. General, you don't need to worry about that. Every family here has secret hiding spots for grain. The Turks come, they search, they find the decoy stash, and they leave thinking they got everything. They never find the real supplies. I almost laughed out loud. These farmers had been outfoxing the mighty Turkish army with hidden grain compartments. 5-foot-tall grandmas playing 4D chess against 7-foot barbarian warriors. These people had zero combat ability, but their deception game was elite. I'd lived in a village long enough to know peasants hiding food from authorities is basically an Olympic sport. They have tricks that would make professional magicians jealous. Still, I wasn't about to just take their food. I ordered my soldiers to pay market price for every bit of grain. Cash money, coins in hand. The village elder's jaw actually dropped. A military unit, paying for food. From peasants. He said he'd lived his entire life and never once seen soldiers buy food instead of steal it. The villagers stared at the copper coins in their palms like they were hallucinating. Look, it's not complicated. You treat people right, they support you. You rob them, they hate you. The Turks chose option B, and now they're starving. I chose option A, and now I have a supply line powered by gratitude. Basic leadership, folks. The food wasn't much, but it solved our immediate crisis. We'd left Yinzhou City for a quick raid with barely any provisions, and now we'd been stuck behind enemy lines for over a day. These supplies bought us time. Shirkai came back with dozens of captured horses too. Beautiful. My goal was 2 horses per rider, 1 to ride, 1 to rest. High-speed guerrilla warfare burns through horseflesh fast. With today's haul, we were getting close. At noon, I let the soldiers stop to cook. Every free minute was precious. We never knew when the next fight was coming or if we'd eat again. The villagers saw my guys sitting around eating thin porridge and dried biscuits and basically staged a food intervention. They started bringing out their real stashes, rice, vegetables, and somehow meat and wine. Where were they hiding all this? These people are wizards. My soldiers' eyes went full cartoon, practically bulging out with green hunger rays. But I'd given orders. touch nothing from civilians. They sat there drooling like dogs at a barbecue, desperately maintaining military discipline. Xiaohu materialized next to me with his signature goofy grin. Shenlai, come on. Let the boys eat something decent. Can't fight Turks on dry crackers and sadness. This kid. Always the one to play good cop. Always, accidentally, being the hero who convinces me to do the nice thing I already wanted to do. I waved my hand, silent permission. Boys, eat up. Stuff your faces, Xiaohu announced to the troops like he'd personally negotiated a peace treaty. Grins everywhere. Soldiers accepting bowls of rice and vegetables from grateful villagers. For a few minutes, in the middle of enemy territory, surrounded by tens of thousands of hostile troops, it almost felt normal, like a village feast back home. Then the village elder walked over with a group of teenage boys behind him. General, he said, his old eyes dead serious. Please take these boys with you. I was mid-bite into my dry ration when the village elder walked over with a dozen teenagers lined up behind him like ducklings. General, please take these children with you. I looked them over. 13, 14, 15 years old. Barely old enough to shave, assuming any of them even needed to shave. Taking kids into a war zone where we fight for our lives every 6 hours? That's not recruitment. That's child endangerment with extra steps. Sir, with all respect, no, I said. We're not on a camping trip. We fight Turks daily. Even just riding a horse all day would break these kids in half. The old man didn't back down. Their parents are dead, all killed by Turks. They've got nobody. We feed them when we can, but, he trailed off with a sigh. He didn't need to finish. I understood. Even if starvation didn't get them, the next Turkish raiding party would. These kids were dead either way. At least with me, they had a chance, a small, terrifying, probably shouldn't calculate the odds kind of chance, but a chance. I looked at their faces. Young. Skinny. Scared? No, not scared. Angry. These kids had watched their families get butchered, and their eyes were burning with the kind of rage you can't fake and can't teach. That hatred was a weapon sharper than any sword I owned. What are your names? I asked. They froze up at first, shy teenagers, classic, until the tallest one stepped forward like he'd been waiting his whole life for this moment. I'm Zhao Feng. 15. That broke the ice. The rest lined up. Zhao Yu. 13. Zhao Xuan. I'm Zhao Shui. I'm every single one surnamed Zhao. Obviously, this was Zhao family village. And their first names? Feng, Shuang, Yu, Shui, wind, frost, rain, snow. Very poetic. Very dramatic. I felt like I was collecting Pokemon elemental types. I had a nagging feeling I was missing one, though. Thunder? Hail? Lightning? Whatever, we'll recruit that one later. All right, old man. I'll take them. Bless you, General. He tried to kneel again. I caught him again. Please, sir, my heart can't handle elderly people bowing to me. It makes me feel like a fraud, and also very old. And as Eugene. Yes, SIR. Came the foghorn from across the village. The human mountain was parked next to the cooking pot, shoveling rice into his face like a professional competitive eater. He dropped his bowl and jogged over, mouth still full. These kids are yours now. Keep them safe. When fighting starts, they stay in the back. Not the middle. Not almost the back. The back. I thought about this carefully. Shirkai and Xiaohu lead the front charges. They're too busy killing people to babysit. The Zhang brothers run reconnaissance literally face-to-face with enemy scouts, even more dangerous. Niu Jin was the only option. He fights at the rear guard anyway, and his squad was undermanned. Niu Jin looked at the dozen scrawny teenagers, then back at me, then back at the teenagers. The expression on his face said, I'm a warrior and you're giving me a daycare, but Niu Jin doesn't complain. He just laughed his big booming laugh and slapped one of the kids on the shoulder, so hard the poor boy nearly face-planted into the dirt. Don't worry, boss. These runts are in good hands. The runt in question looked like he'd just been hit by a falling tree branch. Welcome to Niu Jin's squad, kid. Your orientation program is surviving his friendly pats. Oh, and teach them the 100 refinements technique, I added. See, I'd already been thinking long-term. Back on the march from Green Creek to Yunzhou, I'd had Shirkai and Xiaohu help me teach all 300 soldiers the 100 refinements body technique. It's a beginner-level martial art, easy to learn, generates chi, and most importantly, makes you harder to kill. If every soldier could eventually break through to the martial apprentice realm, I'd have an army of walking tanks. The kind of force that makes entire nations nervous. Reality check though, breaking through to martial artist status is extremely hard. Most soldiers never make it in their entire careers. Out of my 300 guys, only Shi Kai and Xiaohu were even close to generating qi, and that was with my troop command talent constantly boosting their growth rate. Plus the fact that they'd started training earliest and had natural talent up the wazoo. But a few more hard battles against the Turks should push them over the edge. Combat experience accelerates growth like nothing else. Every fight brought them closer to that breakthrough. Report. Zhang Liao's scout came thundering in. 500 Turkish cavalry heading towards Stone Tablet Village. Northwest direction, 500 this time. They were sending bigger groups now. Probably figured 200 wasn't enough after we deleted the last batch. 500 versus my 300 was tighter odds, but my guys were elite troops with formation buffs. The math still worked. 15 minutes. Everyone assembled. Full speed to Stone Tablet Village. Shi Kai and Xiaohu snapped to action, organizing the troops. 15 minutes later, 300 soldiers stood in perfect formation at the village entrance. Ready to go. Again. Every minute I wasted, more civilians died. More villages burned. More families ended. I couldn't save everyone, but I could save the next village. And the one after that. And the one after that. Move out. I kicked my horse forward. 300 riders followed. The new teenage recruits took one last look at the only home they'd ever known, then turned forward and never looked back. We vanished from Zhao family village like a storm heading for its next target, which, technically, is exactly what we were. The last few days have been an absolute montage. You know those training sequences in movies where the hero gets stronger through a series of quick cuts? That's been my life, except instead of a punching bag, I'm using the Turkish army. We left Zhao family village, raced to Stone Tablet Village, saved them from a Turkish raiding party, then bounced to the next village, then the next one, then the next one. Over 10 engagements in a few days. 10 fights, 10 wins, 0 losses. We deleted at least 2,000 Turkish soldiers from existence. My squad was basically a roaming extermination service with a Turks killed counter that wouldn't stop climbing. The Turkish supply officer must be having the worst week of his career. First we burned his entire warehouse. Now every foraging party he sends out gets ambushed and massacred by a ghost army that appears from nowhere, kills everyone, steals everything, and vanishes. The man is probably stress-eating. Oh wait, he can't, because we burned all his food. Huh. Our reputation spread like wildfire. Turkish soldiers across Yunzhou started hearing about a border army unit with terrifyingly disciplined cavalry and an insane commander who dual-wields glowing golden swords. Nobody knew where we came from. Nobody knew where we'd strike next. They just knew that if they heard our war cry, half of them weren't making it home. Even better? The news reached Yunzhou City too. The garrison and civilians heard that some mysterious cavalry force was out here behind enemy lines, absolutely terrorizing the Turks. Morale in the city skyrocketed. We went from, we're all gonna die, to, wait, are we actually winning? Without anyone in the city even seeing us. My war economy game was flawless. Every fight gave us more horses, more food, more weapons. We absorbed volunteers from rescued villages, another 100-something recruits. 400 soldiers now. A self-sustaining war machine fueled entirely by Turkish supplies and village gratitude. This is what economists call a positive feedback loop, and what I call stealing your enemy's lunch money to buy yourself dinner. The Zhao village kids were thriving too. Those scrawny teenagers had transformed in just days. Zhao Feng, the tall one who'd stepped up first, already had 3 confirmed kills and got promoted to squad corporal. I watched him demonstrate his killing technique to the other boys around the campfire like he was teaching a cooking class. So you come in from the left side, and then the others were mimicking every move with their dinner chopsticks. They reminded me of us, just a few weeks ago. Except we were only slightly less pathetic at that age. Slightly. Xiaohu noticed me watching and immediately got competitive. Wait, Niojin's kids are getting promoted? I need to check on my useless recruits. He bolted off to go yell at his squad. The man cannot let anyone else's soldiers be better than his. It's beautiful, honestly. Now for the stat updates. Because Mama didn't raise a quitter, My 100 refinements technique broke through to expert level. Expert. My body defense upgraded from copper skin, iron bones, to diamond body. Martial apprentice level fighters basically can't hurt me anymore unless they have special techniques. I'm literally becoming bulletproof. Well, swordproof. Arrow mostly proof. You get the idea. I reached martial apprentice, major completion. One step below the peak of this realm. My stats jumped across the board. Leadership 67, physique 71, and climbing. But the best news? Shirkai broke through to martial apprentice. I gave him one of my breakthrough pills from the bandit fortress, and he smashed through the barrier. His physique doubled from 15 to 30. He went from tough farm boy to actual walking tank. With the 100 refinements body technique making him nearly invulnerable to normal weapons, I finally stopped having a panic attack every time he led a cavalry charge. My entire original 300 soldiers upgraded to Valiant Cavalry. Combat power 40, double a standard Turkish horseman. Days of non-stop fighting turned them from rookies into an elite force. Adapt or die, and my guys chose adapting aggressively. Xiaohu was next in line for breakthrough. 1 or 2 more battles, and he'd join the martial artist club. I had one breakthrough pill left with his name on it. Then one morning, Zhang Liao himself came galloping back. Not one of his scouts, Zhang Liao personally. That never happens. When your intelligence officer shows up himself, it means the news is too big for a messenger. He jumped off his horse, completely out of breath. Shunlai, Turkish supply convoy, 50 miles ahead. 3,000 soldiers, coming from the steppe, heading through Severed Head Valley. The whole squad perked up like dogs hearing a treat bag rustle. This was what we'd been waiting for. Raiding foraging parties was fun, but it was like swatting mosquitoes, annoying for the Turks, but not fatal. A full supply convoy from the steppe? That was the jugular. If we destroyed their resupply, 80,000 soldiers would have nothing. No stolen village grain, no steppe supplies, nothing. Their army would collapse within days. Xiaohu was practically vibrating. Let's destroy them. Shirkai was more cautious. 3,000 soldiers. They'll have centurion-level martial artists guarding it. We're outnumbered and outgunned on the martial arts front. I thought for a moment. Let's not rush in. You can't pet a tiger's butt, but nobody said you can't look at it. Our mobility advantage was massive. With my riding talent boosting everyone's speed, we could outrun anything on the battlefield. Even if we couldn't beat them, we could definitely escape. Low-risk reconnaissance. All units, move to Severed Head Valley, Xiaohu cackled. Severed Head Valley. Let's make it live up to its name today. We covered 50 miles in under half an hour. Half an hour. 400 cavalry moving at insane speed thanks to my expert-level riding talent buffing everyone. We beat the convoy to the valley and set up on the ridgeline. I crawled to the edge of the cliff and looked down. 3,000 soldiers. Hundreds of supply wagons. Over 1,000 cattle and sheep being herded alongside the column. It was a buffet of military resources slowly marching toward us. How many martial artists do you see? Shirkai whispered, crawling up beside me. I squinted. Started counting. 1, 2, 3. 3 centurions? Shirkai asked hopefully. Point 4. For centurions? That's light for 3,000 men. No. For 1,000-man commanders. Shirkai's face went white. For martial masters guarding one convoy. The Turks were not messing around this time. After we burned their last supply depot, they'd loaded this convoy with every elite guard they could spare. I clenched my jaw. 400 versus 3,000. 2 martial artists versus 4. This was going to be one hell of a fight. For martial masters guarding one supply convoy. The Turks were really not taking any chances after we burned their last depot. Can't imagine why. I stared down at 3,000 soldiers snaking toward the valley and did some quick math. 4-on-1 against martial masters? I'd be confetti. Straight fight? Suicide. But letting this convoy through Mint Yunzhou City would face a fully fed Turkish army again. Only one option, the Shunlai Special. So what's the plan? Xiaohu asked, practically bouncing. Old reliable. Fire. Fire. Yes, I love fire. At this point I should honestly just change my title from Centurion to Chief Arson Officer. My military career is literally just burning things in strategic locations. I called all officers to a briefing, and here's the fun part. Also summoned Zhao Feng, the 15-year-old corporal. Kid had been in my army for like 4 days. Xiao gave me a look. He's a corporal, You're inviting him to a command meeting? I shrugged. Here's how our army works. Corporals do centurions' jobs, centurions do commanders' jobs. It's called being hilariously understaffed, and we've turned it into a proud tradition. I drew the battle plan in the dirt with a stick. Very professional. Very high-tech. All right, everyone. Here's what we do. Meanwhile, inside the Turkish convoy, the four centurion commanders were arguing like an old married quartet. Do we have to go through this creepy canyon? One whined. Today's the deadline. Unless you want to get whipped, we take the shortcut, said Salomon, the boss. One of them, Goluna, brought up the rumors about a Xia cavalry unit that had been slaughtering their patrols. Maybe we should take the longer route? Just to be safe? The others roasted him. What? You're scared of a few hundred Southerners. Your courage must have been eaten by wolves, old man. I hope they show up so I can skin them alive. Classic overconfidence. Love to see it. The convoy entered Severed Head Valley. The entrance was barely wide enough for a few men side by side, and the valley stretched long and narrow with sheer cliffs on both sides. 3,000 soldiers got squeezed into a single-file noodle of humanity, trapped between walls of rock with only a sliver of sky above. Up on the cliff, Zhao Feng was commanding 100 new recruits. The kid was drenched in sweat, hands shaking slightly, but his eyes were locked on the valley below. I'd given him one job. Wait until most of the convoy was inside, then unleash hell. Zhao Feng, let's go, a nervous recruit whispered. No, only a third are in. Wait, that kid had ice in his veins. 15 years old and holding his nerve better than soldiers twice his age. The valley filled up. More, packed like sardines. Zhao Feng dropped his hand. Now, 100 recruits started hurling rocks off the cliff into the canyon below. Boom, crash. Screams echoed up from the bottom. Hundreds of Turks getting crushed by an avalanche of stone. Fire. Torches rained down next. Supply wagons caught instantly, dry wood and grain, basically pre-packaged kindling. The narrow canyon turned into a chimney, trapping smoke and flames with nowhere to go. Turks were burning, suffocating, trampling each other. Livestock stampeded through the packed soldiers. It was pure, concentrated, beautiful chaos. The Turks at the rear hadn't entered the canyon yet, maybe a few hundred soldiers and the centurion commanders. They immediately tried to pull back, the ones just inside reversing course and squeezing back out. One centurion stumbled out with a soot-black face, absolutely livid. Cowardly southern dogs. All you do is sneak attacks. Fight me like a kill. I burst from the left flank with 100 cavalry. Xiaohu erupted from the right with another 100. 2 hammer blows on both sides simultaneously. The Turkish centurion's jaw dropped. He'd expected hit-and-run ambushers, not a full cavalry assault. Form up. Counterattack. Several Turkish centurions charged at us. And here's where I unveiled my newest party trick. Remember how I combined my 100 refinements chi with my swordsmanship to create the breaking edge technique? Well, after my body technique upgraded to expert, the chi turned from pale gold to bright, heavy gold. So naturally, I thought, what if I do the same thing with my arrows? I drew my oxhorn bow, knocked an arrow, wrapped it in compressed golden chi until the arrowhead was blazing like a tiny sun. I released. The arrow broke the sound barrier with a crack that was several times louder than my normal shots. It drew a literal golden laser line through the air. The first Turkish centurion saw a flash of gold. Then he saw his own chest. Specifically, he saw through his own chest, because there was now a bowl-sized hole where his heart used to be. He looked down at it with a, well, that's unfortunate, expression and fell off his horse. Dead. New technique unlocked. Armor-destroying dragon-scale arrow, expert level. Effect. Arrow destroys metal and stone. Chi pierces heaven and earth. Oh yeah, I knocked 3 more arrows. Rapid fire. 3 golden streaks in under a second. 3 more Turkish centurions charging at me. All confident, all in heavy armor, all very dead half a second later. 3 bowling ball-sized holes through 3 sets of impenetrable armor. 6 centurion rank officers dead in under 10 seconds. The Turkish formation shattered like dropped pottery. Xiaohu didn't waste the opening. Charge. He plunged into the Turkish ranks with 100 valiant cavalry, tearing their lines apart like tissue paper. I kept the pressure up, switching between sword and bow, picking off every Turkish centurion I could find. They were dropping like flies at a bug zapper convention. Then the 3 surviving Martial Master commanders finally dragged themselves out of the smoke-filled canyon, coughing and cursing. I counted them. 1, 2, 3. 3. I specifically saw 4 go in. Where was number 4? My blood went cold. If the 4th centurion wasn't here, he must have pushed through to the other end of the canyon, where Shirkai was blocking the exit with only 100 men. Shirkai had broken through to martial apprentice level. He could handle regular centurion-level officers. But a martial master? That was a whole realm above him. Oh no. On the other side of the valley, Shirkai had been doing beautifully, picking off Turkish officers trying to escape the inferno, his elite archers mowing down anyone who stumbled out. He'd already killed several centurions and was feeling good about life. Then a blood-curdling roar erupted from inside the canyon. The 4th Martial Master came screaming out of the flames, heading straight for Shirkai like a guided missile. Damn it. 3 Martial Masters versus me. Just me. One guy with a bow and a bad attitude. Let me set the scene. The canyon was doing its job beautifully. Zhao Feng's rock and fire surprise had trapped most of the convoy inside a burning hellscape. Xiaohu was hammering the Turks at the rear entrance with 200 cavalry, keeping them from forming up. Everything was going according to plan, except the part where 3 gigantic killing machines decided I was the priority target. Salomon, the boss, pointed at one of his guys. Ashide, go kill that brat. Ashide cracked his knuckles around a war hammer the size of my torso. I'll make him BG for death. The other 2 charged toward Xiaohu's cavalry. Oh no you don't. I fired 2 golden arrows at their backs. Both centurions had to spin around and deflect them, buying Xiaohu precious seconds. The arrows cracked their weapons on impact. Even blocking my shots was costing them. Salomon was furious. Ashide, what are you doing? Kill him already. Easy for you to say. You come try blocking these arrows. Poor Ashide. The man was stuck 50 paces away from me, frantically swatting golden death beams out of the air while I peppered him with my new armor-destroying technique. Rapid-fire 3 arrows, times 3 per burst. That's 9 golden streaks per volley, all targeting vital points. His armor was cracking apart. His chi was draining fast. He'd lost 30% just trying to approach me. Help! Someone help me! Ashide screamed, all dignity abandoned. Useless trash, Salomon cursed, but he had no choice. All 3 centurions redirected toward me. The logic was sound. Kill the archer first, then deal with the cavalry. One tiny problem. They couldn't get to me. I held 3 martial masters at bay with arrows alone. 50 paces of open ground, and they couldn't close the gap. Every step forward earned them another golden arrow to the face. Their weapons were getting chipped to pieces. One guy's sword had so many notches it looked like a saw. Salomon was sweating now. He realized something terrifying. I was a martial apprentice holding off 3 martial masters. If I survived today and kept growing, he'd never get another chance. Then Aguna spotted my quiver. He's almost out of arrows. Just hold on. I casually turned my horse to show the other side. Full quiver, packed to the brim. The silence from those 3 was priceless. 3 grown men, elite warriors of the Turkish Empire, staring at a fresh stack of arrows like students who just found out the exam has a second page. Ashide's eyes went red. Screw it. I'm taking him with me. And then, oh God, not again. His body erupted in that horrible crimson steam. Blood-burning technique. The suicide move. Every Turkish officer I fight eventually pulls this card. It's like their default response to losing. Well, time to become an exploding blood missile. I tried to snipe him mid-transformation. 3 golden arrows, but the other 2 knocked them aside. Ashide let out an inhuman shriek and launched at me like a bloody comet. My horse got sliced clean in half before I could blink. I barely rolled off in time, but my archery position was gone. No horse, no distance, no bow advantage. The arrow fortress was breached. All 3 rushed in. I dropped the bow and drew both swords. Golden chi blazing on both blades. For people, 8 arms, 5 swords, 1 absolute brawl. They hacked at me from every direction. I caught 10, 15 hits in the first few exchanges. My armor exploded off my body piece by piece. Blood in my mouth. But here's the thing about my diamond body upgrade. Those chipped, battered swords bouncing off notch blades? They hit my bare skin and went clang, like hitting a church bell. My flesh was literally harder than their steel. Salamon's face when his full power slash connected with my bare torso, and I didn't split in two. I wish I had a painting of that moment. The confusion, the horror, the "what the hell is this guy made of" realization. He swung again. I caught his blade with my bare hand. Just grabbed it. Mid-swing. With my fingers. His eyes went so wide I could see my own reflection in them. And my reflection was grinning. My other sword erupted with blinding golden light. One technique. One swing. Plowed across the mountains. The golden blade went through Salamon's chi armor, through his physical armor, and through his entire body like they were made of wet newspaper. Two pieces. Top half went one way. Bottom half went the other. The leader of the convoy, a martial master who'd been bossing around thousands of soldiers, got bisected by a guy one full realm below him who was using a technique he invented last week. Meanwhile, I was worried sick about Shirkai. That missing fourth centurion had definitely gone to the other end of the canyon. Shirkai had just broken through to martial apprentice. He was a baby martial artist facing a martial master. I needed to finish these last two. Fast. Salamon didn't even finish his last words. Cut in half mid-sentence. 1 second, he's a fearsome martial master commander. Next second, he's two separate pieces of a fearsome martial master commander. I'd been hiding my breaking edge technique the whole fight, using basic swordsmanship to lull them into thinking my only threat was the bow. Classic bait and switch. He dropped his guard for one heartbeat, and I turned him into a biology lesson on cross-sections. So the scoreboard. 3 martial masters, 1 dead, 1 turned into a mindless blood zombie, and 1 very much wanting to be somewhere else. The blood zombie was shrinking. Ashide had burned through most of his own flesh powering that suicide technique. The man was basically a candle melting in fast forward. I didn't have time for dramatic duels, so I grabbed a sword off the ground, hacked him into about 15 pieces, and moved on. Can't self-destruct if you're in multiple zip codes. I've learned this lesson, and I will keep applying it. That left a Gunna, the smart one. He saw Salamon get bisected, saw Ashide get diced, did some quick mental math, and chose, running away as fast as humanly possible. I spat blood, grabbed my bow off the ground, and put 2 arrows into the backs of his knees. Thunk thunk. Down he went, kneeling involuntarily. I was lining up the kill shot when Xiaohu came screaming past on horseback and skewered the guy with a spear at full gallop. Clean through. The man was dead before his surprised expression finished forming. That's mine, Xiaohu shouted triumphantly, as if we were keeping score. Which, honestly, we probably should be at this point. Shunlai, sit down. You're literally falling apart. Get me on a horse. Now, I was a wreck. 100 rounds of close combat against 3 martial masters had drained my chi to fumes, and my diamond body defense was flickering like a dying light bulb. My organs were bruised from the inside. I was coughing blood between sentences. Pretty sure I had internal injuries in places I didn't know existed. But I didn't care, because the 4th Centurion, the one I'd lost track of, was on Shirkai's side of the canyon. And Shirkai was a brand new martial apprentice fighting a martial master alone with only 100 soldiers. Xiaohu's face went white when I reminded him. He stopped arguing about my injuries real fast. We plunged into the canyon. The inside was apocalyptic. Burning wagons, dead livestock, hundreds of Turkish corpses piled on top of each other. The smoke was so thick we could barely see. Zhang Liao and Zhang Yuan rode ahead, shoving flaming carts aside and clearing a path through the carnage. We burst out the other end, and, oh God, the ground was covered in bodies. Covered. Hundreds of them. Turkish and ours, all mixed together. Crows were already pecking at them. The air smelled like iron and smoke and death. Shiki, Xiaohu screamed, leaping off his horse. There, in the middle of the slaughter, Shirkai was kneeling. He was using a broken spear as a crutch, the only thing keeping him upright. His entire body was drenched in blood, his own and others. Wounds everywhere. He looked like he'd been fed through a meat grinder and somehow crawled back out. And in front of him, flat on the ground, was the missing 4th Turkish centurion. Dead. Very, very dead. Shirkai, a guy who'd broken through to martial apprentice literally days ago, had killed a martial master while defending a canyon exit. With 100 soldiers, most of whom were now lying around him, dead. He'd paid a horrific price. Over half his 100 soldiers were killed. The rest were critically wounded. Shirkai himself was more wound than person at this point. But he'd held. He'd killed the centurion. He'd done the impossible. I fumbled through my supplies with shaking hands and found the imperial healing pill Yin Liang had given us. I shoved it down Shirkai's throat. His breathing stabilized. He'd live. Barely. But he'd live. The convoy was finished. 3,000 Turkish soldiers and their precious resupply from the steppe. Everything those 80,000 hungry soldiers were desperately waiting for, destroyed in Severed Head Valley. Between burning their warehouse last week and intercepting their resupply today, the Turkish army had nothing. Their morale would crumble within days. Yinzhou was saved. But the cost. While soldiers cleaned up the battlefield, someone found a chest in one of the supply wagons. Inside, over a dozen ninth-grade breakthrough pills. These were meant for Turkish soldiers approaching their martial breakthrough. All mine now. War spoils don't get much better than that. We limped to a nearby village. Every house became a field hospital. Groaning soldiers in every room. Ow. Watch it. That hurts. I swear if you touch that bandage again. The soundtrack of victory, ladies and gentlemen. I was lying on a straw bed wrapped in so many bandages I looked like a mummy. Shirkai was on the bed next to me, completely immobilized, being spoon-fed by a recruit. The mighty warriors, brought to you by battlefield medicine and straw mattresses. But my stats. Oh, my beautiful, beautiful stats. My archery broke through to major completion. That's the big leagues. I could now draw a 5-stone bow, 5 times heavier than what most archers can handle. Rapid-fire 7 shots per burst instead of 3. And I unlocked a new ultimate technique, 7 stars chain arrow, combined with my armor-destroying arrow. I honestly couldn't even imagine the destruction. It was like going from a handgun to a missile launcher. Every other skill jumped massively too. 100 refinements from 112 to 569. Breaking edge sword from 358 to 591. Armor-destroying arrow from 177 to 532. Troop command blew past 1,000 points. Fighting 3 martial masters simultaneously was the most insane XP grind of my entire life. My growth rate was becoming genuinely ridiculous. I was lying there, half dead, doing mental math on how much stronger I'd need to get before going back to challenge that martial grandmaster who'd chased me out of the Turkish supply camp. The grudge was burning. Then Xiaohu kicked my door open. Shunlai, give me the breakthrough pill. Now. The boy burst in like a golden retriever who just heard the word, walk. 0 respect for the wounded. 0 indoor voice. Pure, undiluted Xiaohu energy. Guess someone was ready to become a martial artist. Xiaohu kicked down my door like a SWAT team raiding a drug den. I was lying there wrapped in bandages like a human burrito, peacefully contemplating my stat upgrades, and this maniac barges in screaming about breakthrough pills. I did it. My QI is ready, he yelled, practically vibrating out of his skin. Nobody was surprised. Shirkai and I just looked at each other like tired parents whose toddler discovered sugar. We'd been watching Xiaohu's chi build for days. The convoy battle finally pushed him over the edge. Bag. Corner. Help yourself. He dove into my supplies like a raccoon in a dumpster, found a breakthrough pill, and swallowed it whole, without even chewing. Didn't ask for water. Didn't sit down. Just gulp. Then his entire body turned red. Blood-colored chi mist started steaming off him like he was a lobster being boiled alive. His muscles, bones, and veins were being hammered and refined by the 100 refinements technique, burning away impurities, strengthening everything from the inside out. He dropped to his knees, drenched in sweat, gasping like he'd sprinted a marathon, steam pouring off him like a human sauna. For a moment, I was genuinely concerned my straw floor was going to catch fire. Then it was done. Wang Xiaohu, martial apprentice. His physique doubled instantly, from 14 to 28. The kid who used to be a scrawny village punk was now a copper-skinned, iron-boned walking weapon. First thing he did? Talk trash to the guy who could barely move. Hey Shirkai, I'm a martial artist now too. Not so special anymore. Are you? Shirkai was lying on the next bed over, literally unable to turn his head, wrapped in more bandages than an Egyptian pharaoh. He tried to smile, but his face hurt too much, so he just twitched one corner of his mouth. When I heal up, I'll put you back in your place, brat. Here's the thing though. Shirkai had secretly gotten a massive boost too. The imperial healing pill I'd given him didn't just fix his wounds. The leftover chi pushed him to the edge of minor completion. If they actually sparred right now, Xiaohu would get folded like laundry. But I kept that information to myself. Let them compete. Let them push each other. Their rivalry was basically a free training program that I didn't have to manage. I asked Xiaohu about casualties, and the mood instantly crashed. Over 100 seriously wounded. Everyone else has at least minor injuries. We need to rest. The silence that followed was heavy. Sure Kai's 100-man unit at the canyon exit lost 70-plus soldiers. 70 families back home that would never see their sons, brothers, or fathers again. Our worst losses since the unit was formed. But the survivors who made it through? They evolved hard. A dozen soldiers upgraded to Dragon Eagle Valiant Cavalry, our new top tier. Named after a massive bird of prey from Yunzhou that literally hunts wolves. The Turks call themselves descendants of wolves. My dragon eagles eat wolves for breakfast. The symbolism writes itself. 5 of these dragon eagles could match a martial apprentice in combat. 5 regular soldiers equaling a martial artist. That's what happens when you put men through absolute hell and they survive. I sent Xiaohu to keep the Zhang brothers on patrol duty. Just because the Turks were hurting didn't mean we could relax. 50-mile security perimeter, report everything. Then we rested. For days. Sweet, beautiful, boring rest. And then the news came. A scout rode in with a report that made everyone's jaw drop. The Turkish camp outside Yunzhou City was empty. Tens of thousands of soldiers gone. Packed up overnight and vanished like the world's worst magic trick. The Turks had retreated. No food, no resupply, no morale. They couldn't feed 80,000 soldiers on prayers and grasshoppers. We'd burned their warehouse, intercepted their convoy, and massacred their foraging parties. They had literally nothing left to eat. Yunzhou was saved. Months of siege, broken. Not by a massive army or a legendary general, but by 400 lunatics setting things on fire behind enemy lines. Back in Yunzhou City, I later heard the scene was incredible. A half-asleep guard on the wall rubbed his eyes, looked out at the Turkish camp, and started stuttering. The TT Turks RR retreated. The entire garrison erupted. Soldiers crying, screaming, hugging each other, cursing the Turks in every dialect known to mankind. Commander General Xiang slammed his palm on the city wall and let out the deepest sigh of relief in military history. The governor was weeping on live television. Well, the medieval equivalent. And apparently, Yin Liang was alive. Standing right next to the general, one arm and all, wondering where the hell I was. My man survived. That tough one-armed son of a gun actually made it out of that Turkish supply camp raid. We rushed to the abandoned Turkish camps to grab everything they'd left behind. Weapons, tents, supplies. Christmas came early. But the real find? My guys were trying to round up abandoned Turkish horses when they ran into a beast. This horse was enormous. Half again taller than a normal war horse. Bright crimson coat, reddish-brown mane, golden-red eyes like molten copper. When it moved, it looked like a galloping fireball. Its muscles were so defined they looked carved from stone. It breathed like a furnace. You could hear it panting from 30 feet away. And it was absolutely psychotic. My best riders, elite Dragon Eagle cavalrymen who could ride anything with legs, tried to approach it. The horse kicked one guy 15 feet, bit another one's shoulder, and trampled a third. Dozens of my best horsemen formed a circle around one horse, and it was winning. A soldier came sprinting to my tent, completely disheveled. SIR. You need to come see this horse. A horse so angry they need the commander to handle it personally? This I had to see. So my soldiers, dozens of elite Dragon Eagle cavalrymen, the best riders in my entire army, got defeated by a horse. Not a martial artist. Not a Turkish ambush. A single horse. They called for backup like it was a military emergency. I had to see this for myself. We walked over and, okay, I understood immediately. This wasn't a horse. This was a statement. This thing was half again taller than a normal war horse, built like someone crossed a stallion with a freight train, and colored bright crimson from head to hoof. Red coat, reddish-brown mane, golden-red eyes glowing like hot coals. When it moved, it literally looked like a galloping fireball. Its muscles had muscles. Its breathing sounded like an industrial bellows from 30 feet away. My first thought, did this thing grow up eating dragon fruit? Because there's no natural explanation for being that red. Lubu had a famous horse called Red Hair. This one was bigger. So by my math, This should be called Red Dog. It was surrounded by my best riders, and it looked bored, just standing there, occasionally pawing the ground, giving everyone the "try me" look. This horse had more confidence than most generals I've met. Xiaohu immediately lost his mind. "Everyone move. I got this." Of course he did. The boy had just broken through to martial apprentice, had no one to fight since the Turks ran away, and was desperate to test his new powers. On a horse. Because that's what Xiaohu does. He sees a terrible idea and sprints toward it. He started creeping toward the horse with exaggerated tippy-toe steps, whispering, "Come here, baby. Good boy. Nice horsey." And the horse just stood there, looking at Xiaohu like a cat watching a mouse approach. Not scared, not aggressive, just evaluating. My soldiers started whispering, "Wow, it's actually calming down for him." Xiaohu inched closer. 2 steps away. 1 step. He reached out and stroked its neck. The horse didn't flinch. Xiaohu was beaming with confidence. He grabbed the mane and swung himself onto its back in one smooth motion. "Yeah," the soldiers cheered. Xiaohu grinned like he'd just conquered the world. The horse waited approximately 0.3 seconds for Xiaohu to get comfortable. Just long enough for maximum betrayal. Then it detonated. That animal went absolutely nuclear. All 4 legs left the ground simultaneously, bucking, twisting, spinning, kicking up enough dirt to create a small sandstorm. It was like trying to ride a tornado that was personally offended by your existence. The soldiers went from cheering to screaming in about 1 heartbeat. Xiaohu activated his chi, clamped down with everything he had, hands white-knuckled on the mane, legs squeezing like iron bands. The horse felt his increased strength and responded by trying even harder to murder him. Its back legs kicked so high they nearly went vertical. 1 man versus 1 horse, maximum effort on both sides. I shouted a warning, but Xiaohu was in the zone. Couldn't hear anything except his own internal screaming. After what felt like an eternity, his chi ran dry. The horse gave 1 final twist, and Xiaohu went flying. He executed a surprisingly graceful combat roll, training pays off, and landed in a heap of mud and wounded pride. But the horse wasn't done. It charged at him, rearing up on its hind legs, front hooves aimed directly at Xiaohu's skull. The intent was clear: murder. Xiaohu was too exhausted to dodge. I covered the distance in 3 steps. Activated diamond body. Planted myself between the horse and Xiaohu, and took both hooves directly to the chest. Clang, clang. My feet sank 4 inches into the mud from the impact. My chi actually rippled. This dragon fruit demon horse hit harder than most martial apprentices I've fought. If I wasn't at major completion with diamond body active, those hooves would have caved in my ribcage. Respect, horse. Genuine respect. I grabbed Xiaohu with 1 hand and threw him to safety like a sack of rice. With the other hand, I snatched the mane and vaulted onto the horse's back before it could react. The moment I landed, this animal knew I was different. It felt my chi, stronger than Xiaohu's, way stronger, and immediately went to maximum difficulty. No warm-up this time. Full power tantrum from second 1. It bucked. I held. It spun. I held. It sprinted, stopped dead, swerved left, swerved right, tried every trick in the book. I held. My riding talent plus my chi plus my stubbornness equaled 1 immovable object on its back. I was a human barnacle. A flesh-colored growth this horse could not remove. I could feel it getting frustrated. "Why won't you fall, OFF?" Its body language screamed. "Because I'm Xun Lai, you beautiful crimson psychopath. I've killed martial masters, survived a grandmaster, burned 2 military installations, and conquered an army of bandits. You think some fancy hooves are going to beat me?" Then the horse changed tactics. It noticed the soldiers had backed away, and there was an opening in the crowd. So it bolted, straight through the gap, out of the Turkish camp, and into the open plains. The soldiers saw a red streak of fire flash past them, and then I was gone. 100 paces away in about 2 seconds. This horse was insanely fast. Like, break the sound barrier, fast. Like, I'm pretty sure we just went through a time zone, fast. Xiaohu jumped up from the mud. "Don't just stand there. Chase them." He finished the sentence, looked into the distance, and realized he couldn't even see us anymore. We'd completely vanished. Me and a kidnapping horse, somewhere on the Yunzhou plains, getting further away with every heartbeat. Xiaohu collapsed back onto the ground. Well, crap, so the horse kidnapped me. Let's just get that out there. I didn't ride off heroically into the sunset. A psychotic crimson demon stole me and ran away with me on its back. This lunatic animal bolted west at a speed that shouldn't be physically possible. We hit a river. It turned around, went east, kept running, all night. No stopping, no slowing down. Just pure, furious, I will run until this human falls off or dies, energy. We ran nearly 800 miles in one night. 800. We almost left Yunzhou province entirely and ended up in Dingzhou. I was holding on with nothing but bare hands, no saddle, no reins, wearing clothes that were slowly disintegrating from friction. My pants went from full-length trousers to casual shorts somewhere around mile 300. Very breezy, very undignified. But here's the thing about me. I'm incredibly annoying when I want to be. I used the eagle taming method, the ancient art of, I will simply refuse to fall off until you give up. No food, no water, no sleep. Just me, glued to this horse's back like the world's most stubborn barnacle, fueled by pure chi and spite. The horse tried everything. Bucking, spinning, sudden stops, sudden starts, rubbing against trees, running through bushes. I held on. My clothes were destroyed. My hair looked like a bird's nest in a hurricane. But my butt stayed on that horse. Somewhere around dawn, I felt it. That subtle shift, the resistance fading, the muscles relaxing. The horse slowed, then stopped, then turned its big crimson head and looked at me with those golden red eyes, and I swear to God, I saw respect in them. I named it Dragon Fruit, because it's red and ridiculous. My riding skill proficiency exploded, jumped 300 points in one night. Turns out taming an untamable demonic stallion for 24 hours straight is excellent training. Who knew? I rode Dragon Fruit back to camp the next morning looking like an absolute disaster. Hair everywhere, clothes in tatters, shorts where pants used to be, covered in dirt and scratches. Basically a hobo who happened to be sitting on the most magnificent horse anyone had ever seen. Xiaohu ran out of his tent screaming my name, took one look at me, and burst out laughing. Niu Jin and the others were doubled over. I looked like I'd lost a fight with a tornado and the tornado had a horse. I didn't care. I climbed down, patted Dragon Fruit's neck, and the horse nuzzled me back. We had an understanding now. A bond forged through mutual stubbornness and 800 miles of absolute insanity. Xiaohu, being Xiaohu, immediately tried to approach Dragon Fruit. The horse's ears went flat, its hooves started digging the ground. And that, I will yield you, energy came back instantly. I wouldn't do that, I warned. Unless you want yesterday's sequel. Xiaohu remembered being nearly stomped to death and retreated so fast, he almost tripped over his own feet. What did you name it? He asked from a safe distance. Dragon Fruit. What's a dragon fruit? A red fruit. Tastes pretty good. He stood there for a moment, trying to picture it, and got lost in thought. Bless him. Oh, and I figured out why the Turks left this horse behind. When the left prince took all the elite martial artists back to the steppe for the succession fight, nobody left in camp was strong enough to handle this beast. They couldn't ride it, couldn't move it, couldn't do anything with it. So they just abandoned it, left a legendary war horse sitting in an empty camp like a forgotten umbrella. Their loss. My gain. Dragon Fruit was faster than anything I'd ever ridden, had stamina that defied biology, hit harder than most martial artists, and was loyal to exactly one person on the entire planet, me. Every horse I'd owned before this had either died in battle, been shot out from under me, or simply collapsed from exhaustion. Dragon Fruit could run 800 miles overnight and look bored afterward. This horse was going to change everything. After a quick rest, we spent the whole day looting the Turkish camps. 80,000 soldiers' worth of abandoned equipment spread across dozens of camps stretching for miles. We were like ants in a candy factory. The Turks had grabbed their most valuable stuff during their midnight escape, but they'd left behind mountains of supplies, weapons, equipment, and scattered gold and silver. My village boys from Green Creek were finding more treasure in one afternoon than they'd have earned in 10 lifetimes of farming. The real prize, though, my soldiers' growth. A month of non-stop combat had pushed dozens of them to the edge of martial breakthrough. The Dragon Eagle cavalry were practically glowing with chi. Those breakthrough pills we'd captured from the Turkish convoy were about to turn a dozen of my elite soldiers into actual martial artists. An entire squad of martial apprentices. That's not a cavalry unit. That's a weapon of mass destruction. Finally, loaded up with loot, riding 1,000 horses, we headed back to Yunzhou City. The guards on the wall saw a massive dust cloud approaching and nearly sounded the invasion alarm. The Turks are back. Then they squinted and realized every single rider was wearing Xia border army armor. And the guy at the front, riding an impossibly tall crimson horse that looked like a living bonfire? That was me. Shouldn't lie. The centurion who left with 300 men over a month ago and was never heard from again. Back from the dead. Richer. Stronger. Riding a demon horse named after a tropical fruit. Honey, I'm home. We rode back into Yunzhou City like conquering heroes, and the entire population apparently decided to throw us a parade on zero notice. People were everywhere, lining the streets, cheering, screaming, crying. Old folks said they couldn't remember the last time the city was this alive. We'd become legends while we were gone. Stories about the ghost cavalry that terrorized the Turks had spread through every neighborhood. Now they finally got to see the myth in person. Commander Shun, I want to fight Turks too. Commander Shun, your horse is amazing. Commander Shun, are you married? Wait, what? Some lady was literally trying to set me up on the street while I was doing a military homecoming. I nearly fell off dragon fruit. Combat. Fine. Turkish martial masters? Fine. Unsolicited matchmaking from a random Andy? That almost killed me. My soldiers were eating it up though. Every man sitting ramrod straight on his horse, chest puffed out, accepting gifts from the crowd. Sugar figurines, pears, pancakes. Someone handed a soldier a raw green onion. He took it with the dignity of a man receiving a Medal of Honor. These were the same guys who left as nervous recruits a month ago. Now they were blood-stained, battle-hardened warriors in dented armor, and they knew it. The glow-up was complete. We got back to base. I settled everyone in. Soldiers to barracks, wounded to the medical area, 1,000+ horses to the stables, and immediately got summoned to the Commander General's mansion. Second visit. Last time I came here as a scared flag officer. This time I walked in as, well, still kinda scared, but with a much better resume. I brought Xiaohu along. The boy walked up to the mansion, saw the fancy guards standing like statues at the entrance, and started daydreaming out loud. Man, this place is incredible. Someday I'm gonna have a, shut up before you say something that gets us executed, I hissed. We walked through the courtyard into the main hall. General Xiang was already seated. And next to him, Yin Liang. Alive. In one piece. Well, in the same number of pieces as before, still one arm. But alive. Xiaohu and I both nearly lost it. I wanted to run over and hug the man, but we were in the Commander General's formal hall, so I settled for a very professional, I'm so glad you're not dead, expression. Yin Liang gave us a warm smile and a small nod. Classic Yin Liang. Maximum emotion, minimum words. I immediately noticed him looking behind us, counting heads. Me, Xiaohu. No Shirkai. His face clouded with worry. These 3 village boys were his project. He'd found us, trained us, believed in us when we were just random conscripts. Losing any of us would have crushed him. Shirkai's fine, sir. Just injured. Recovering. The relief that washed over his face almost made me emotional. Almost. Then I gave General Xiang the full debrief. Everything. The supply depot raid, the guerrilla campaign, the convoy ambush, the 4 martial masters. I left nothing out because, honestly, even I couldn't believe it all happened. Xiang and Yin Liang were staring at me like I was reciting science fiction. You're telling me you ambushed a 3,000-man convoy and killed 4 martial master centurions? General Xiang's eyebrow was doing gymnastics. Yes, sir. Here's proof. I pulled out the dead centurions' military ID badges. Handed them over. He examined them carefully. Confirmed they were genuine Turkish officer badges. Stared at me for a long moment. Remarkable young man. Yin Liang stood up and basically said, "Sir, about that promotion." And General Xiang cut him off with a smile. I know, Shunlai. Effective immediately, you are promoted to 1,000-man commander. All officers under you advance 1 rank. 1,000-man commander. That's the rank that requires martial master level. I'm still only a martial apprentice, major completion. This was a completely unprecedented, rule-breaking, we'll deal with the paperwork later, promotion. But when you've personally killed more martial masters than most actual martial masters have, the rules start looking more like guidelines. Xiaohu and I bowed so fast we nearly headbutt the floor. Then General Xiang added, I'll be submitting a full report to the imperial court with the governor. Every battle, every kill, every achievement, all of it. Nothing left out. This was the real prize. Promotions from a regional commander are nice, but imperial recognition? That's career-defining. The emperor himself knows your name, territory. And General Xiang wasn't going to steal my credit. He was sending it all up with my name on it. Good bosses are rarer than breakthrough pills, I swear. Then he asked about my archery. Yin Liang had apparently told him I could draw a 2-stone bow without being a martial artist. I confirmed it, while internally thinking, buddy, I'm at 5 stones now. But sure, let's start with 2. General Xiang's eyes lit up. Bring me my divine arm bow. A soldier sprinted to the back of the mansion and returned carrying the most gorgeous weapon I'd ever seen. 3-stone heavy bow. Frame carved from 100-year-old Kunlun mountain wood, soaked in wild beeswax for 3 years. Tips wrapped in rhinoceros horn from the southern sea. Bowstring twisted from the sinews of 300 Tianshan snow leopards. The wood grain had compressed into reddish tiger stripe patterns. Gold inscriptions engraved along the limbs. The curve of the bow looked like a hungry wolf biting the moon. I was drooling. Actually, visibly, embarrassingly drooling. This was my personal bow when I was a 1,000-man commander, General Xiang said, holding it out. There isn't another one like it in all of Yinzhou. It's yours now. Kill many enemies with it. My brain short-circuited. Free legendary weapon. From the Commander General. Personally handed to me. My mouth opened but no sounds came out. Xiaohu elbowed me. Say something, Shunlai. Thank you, Sir. I grabbed that bow like a child grabbing candy. Promotion, imperial recognition, and a legendary weapon? This was Christmas, my birthday, and winning the lottery all happening simultaneously. We walked out of the mansion floating on clouds. I was mentally calculating how my new 5-stone draw strength plus this 3-stone masterwork bow plus my armor-destroying arrow technique would equal. Something absolutely terrifying to anything I pointed it at. Xiaohu was tugging at my sleeve. Let me hold it. Just for a second. Yin Liang watched us bickering and smiled. I could tell he was thinking about how 2 months ago, I was a random conscript he'd fished out of a draft pool. Now I outranked him. Life comes at you fast. We were crossing the courtyard, laughing, high on victory, when a messenger came sprinting through the mansion gates, covered in dust, wild-eyed, out of breath. He blew past us and threw himself into the main hall. Report. Urgent. The Turkish Right Prince's forces have breached Dingzhou. The entire province has fallen. Every single person in the courtyard froze. Dingzhou, the province right next to US. The place dragon fruit almost carried me to during our overnight joyride. Conquered. Gone. We'd just finished celebrating one victory, and the war had already gotten worse. The smile died on my face. Here we go again. We hadn't even left the general's building when the next disaster arrived. A messenger exploded through the front gates looking like he'd ridden through a sandstorm and a panic attack simultaneously. Dingzhou has fallen. The entire province. Every happy thought in my brain evaporated like spit on a hot stove. Dingzhou, the province right next to us. The buffer zone between Yunzhou and the rest of the empire. Gone. Conquered by the Turkish Right Prince while we were busy fighting the Left Prince. Let me explain why this was catastrophically bad. Yunzhou is at the far western edge of the empire. Dingzhou sits between us and everything else. All our supply routes, communication lines, and reinforcements come through Dingzhou. With Dingzhou gone, Yunzhou was now a lonely island surrounded by Turks on 3 sides and mountains on the 4th. No food coming in. No soldiers coming in. No mail coming in. We were completely, utterly, hilariously cut off. Oh, and if the Left Prince came back to finish what he started and linked up with the Right Prince? 2 Turkish armies squeezing us from both sides? We'd be crushed like a walnut in a nutcracker. We went from victory parade to we're all gonna die again in approximately 90 seconds. New personal record. General Xiang immediately called every officer above centurion rank, plus the governor and all his civilian officials. The mansion was packed wall-to-wall with arguing adults. And oh boy, did they argue. How did Dingzhou fall? They had more troops than us and better walls. The Right Prince is a military genius. That's how. Those walls were just renovated. The court spent a fortune. A wall is only as good as the people defending it. You idiot. We're surrounded. We're done. Even the court's reinforcements can't reach us now. Forget the people, save the grain. We need to hoard everything. Forget the people? The sage said the people are more important than the ruler. How dare you? Your precious sage never fought a war. His books are useless out here. You illiterate barbarian. Worthless scholar. I was standing in the corner with Xiaohu watching this circus unfold. These were supposed to be the leadership of Yunzhou. Generals and governors, the best and brightest. And they were screaming at each other like neighbors fighting over a property line. Scholars die writing complaints, soldiers die fighting battles, I muttered. But right now nobody's doing either. They're just yelling. No wonder our country keeps losing. Then another messenger burst in. Because apparently one catastrophe per hour wasn't enough. Tens of thousands of refugees from Dingzhou are flooding into Yunzhou. And 10,000 Turkish cavalry are chasing right behind them, slaughtering as they go. The room went nuclear. We have to save them. We can't save them. It's a trap. One general actually made a decent point. The right prince is driving refugees toward us on purpose. If we take in 50,000 extra mouths, our food supply collapses. We starve ourselves to death without the Turks lifting a finger. It's brilliant strategy. A civilian official nearly had an aneurysm. So your plan is to watch our own citizens get massacred? I'm thinking about the big picture, and round 3 of screaming began. Xiaohu tugged my sleeve. Shenlai, if Dingzhou fell. What about Green Creek Village? My stomach clenched. But I did the geography. It's far enough. The Turks won't reach there quickly. And if they do, our people know to hide in the mountains. They'll be okay. He relaxed a little. I hoped I wasn't wrong. Then a civilian official next to us turned around and introduced himself. Song Yingxing, Vice Governor of Yunzhou, in charge of grain and civil administration. 5th rank, same level as my shiny new Centurion promotion. Congratulations on the promotion, Commander Shen. Quick question, the refugees. Save or don't save? Save. Obviously, oh? Why so certain? Yunzhou is already short on soldiers. We're cut off from reinforcements. The walls are strong but useless without men to stand on them. People are the wall. Take in the refugees, and yes, we gain 50,000 mouths to feed. But we also gain 50,000 potential soldiers. Song nodded enthusiastically. Exactly my thinking. But the food problem, Xiaohu, who had been listening with increasing impatience, blurted out. Food? Easy. We just rob the Turks again. Song Yingxing dabbed sweat from his forehead. Commander Wang is certainly direct, I laughed. The kid had all the diplomatic grace of a sledgehammer, but he wasn't wrong. We'd been stealing Turkish supplies for a month straight. It was basically our business model at this point. The government granary covers part of it, I said. We buy more from local merchants and farmers. And I personally go steal the rest from the Turks. That should keep us going for a month or so. Song looked at me like I was the first sane person he'd talked to all day. Commander Shun, if you can rescue those refugees, I will personally ensure not a single man, woman, or child goes hungry. You have my word. I like this guy. A low-ranking bureaucrat with more spine and common sense than a room full of generals and governors combined. Then General Xiang coughed. One tiny cough. The entire room went instantly silent. 100 screaming officials shut their mouths simultaneously like someone hit a mute button. The raw power of that man's authority was terrifying. We saved the refugees. His voice was quiet. His tone was absolute. He looked around the room. Who will lead the rescue mission? Dead silence. Every general, every commander, every tough-talking warrior who'd been screaming about strategy 5 seconds ago suddenly found their boots extremely interesting. Because here's the reality. Rescuing refugees meant riding out onto open plains to face 10,000 Turkish cavalry head-on. No walls, no fortifications, no advantages. Just you, your horse, and an ocean of enemy riders who eat cavalry warfare for breakfast. It was, by any reasonable military assessment, a suicide mission. The silence stretched. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. General Xiang's face showed zero surprise. He'd expected exactly this. Then, from the back corner of the room, where the lowest-ranking officer present had been quietly watching the show, "Sir, I'll go." I stepped forward, walked through the crowd of silent cowards, and stood at the front of the hall. Somebody had to do it. Might as well be me. Again. "Sir, I'll go." Every head in the room turned. The generals who'd been screaming at each other 5 seconds ago went completely quiet. The guy who'd been arguing about grain policy froze mid-finger point. 100 eyes locked onto the youngest, lowest-ranking officer in the room, stepping out of the corner like he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Which, let's be honest, I had. General Xiang looked at me. I swear I saw the tiniest flicker of a smile, like he'd placed a bet, and just won. Good, he gave the orders. I'd lead the rescue. 2 other Centurion commanders, Jiang Bin and Su Cheng, would each bring 500 soldiers. Total force, 1,300 men. That was everything Yunzhou could spare. If we lost more than that, the city couldn't defend itself anymore. No pressure. The room full of senior officers who'd been too scared to volunteer, they all exhaled like they'd been holding their breath for 10 minutes. Some looked at me with respect, others with pity. Poor brave idiot, kind of pity. Xiaohu and I sprinted back to camp. We arrived to find Shirkai already eyeing his armor, standing next to his horse. Shirkai? What are you doing? Xiao shrieked. Shirkai's face was granite. There's a battle. Where else would I be? In bed. Where the doctor put you. Your wounds aren't healed. They're healed enough. Killing some Turks will speed up the recovery. That is not how medicine works. But Shirkai's stubbornness makes mountains look flexible. Xiaohu gave me desperate eyes, begging me to intervene. I looked at Shirkai. Shirkai looked at me. I nodded. Xiaohu threw his hands up. You're both insane. 300 of my guys assembled in under 10 minutes. Battle-tested, armored, mounted, ready. Then Jiang and Su's 1,000 soldiers arrived. 1,300 total. The absolute last reserves of Yunzhou City. I mounted dragon fruit. Full heavy armor, red-plumed helmet, black and crimson cape streaming behind me. The divine arm bow strapped across my back. For full quivers of arrows hanging from my saddle. Dragon fruit was armored too. Iron plates over that magnificent crimson body. The horse was snorting and pawing the ground, sensing the coming violence like a shark smelling blood. Move out. 1,300 cavalry erupted from the parade ground. Dragon fruit at the front like a crimson comet. 1,000 armored riders thundering behind like a steel tsunami. We rode hard toward the Yunzhou border. Every mile brought worse news from the scouts. Tens of thousands of refugees, women, children, elderly, fleeing across the shallow waters of Red Sand Beach. And right behind them, 10,000 Turkish cavalry butchering everyone they could catch. We crested the last hill, and I saw it. It broke something inside me. The shallow river crossing was a slaughter ground. Bodies floating in the water. Women cut down from behind while carrying children. Old men trampled under hooves. The Turkish cavalry were laughing as they hunted unarmed civilians like it was sport. One Turkish soldier speared a woman through the back as she screamed at her toddler to keep running. There you go, he laughed, yanking his bloody lance free. Then he spotted the tiny child standing in the water, reaching back toward the mother who would never get up again. Haha, come here, little one. He lowered his spear toward the baby. Something inside me went very, very cold. I drew the divine arm bow, knocked an arrow, compressed golden chi until the arrowhead blazed like a small star. Released. The golden streak crossed several hundred paces in a heartbeat. The Turkish soldier's head separated from his body before he heard the sound. The arrow didn't stop. It ripped through the cavalry formation behind him, punching through a dozen more riders before the light finally faded. The Turks barely processed what happened. More golden arrows followed. Rapid fire. 7 shots per burst now, each one a golden laser that could punch through armor, bodies, and horses. The 3-stone divine arm bow amplified everything. Range, power, penetration. I was raining golden death from distances that shouldn't be physically possible. A Turkish centurion at the front yanked his horse to a stop. It's the Xia. Prepare to yo. Golden flash. Head gone. The soldiers behind him opened their mouths to scream. More golden flashes. They never finished screaming. Dozens of golden streaks tore through the Turkish vanguard in seconds. Over 100 riders went down before anyone could even identify where the arrows were coming from. One Turkish officer saw his men exploding around him and shrieked. The Southerner is using sorcery. No, buddy. It's not sorcery. It's a 5-stone archer with a legendary bow, a chi-enhanced armor-piercing technique, and a very personal grudge against people who murder children. My proficiency climbed from 532 to 658 as Turkish bodies piled up. The divine arm bow was everything I dreamed. At this range, with this weapon, I was basically an artillery battery shaped like a person. The 1,000-man Turkish vanguard was already wavering before my cavalry even reached them. Jiang, Su, hold this riverbank. Cover the refugees crossing. I barked orders without slowing down. Everyone else, with me, Shirkai, Xiaohu, Niu Jin, Zhang Liao, Zhang Yuan. Every officer in my unit surged forward on my flanks. 300 battle-hardened veterans hit the panicking Turkish formation like a wrecking ball made of swords. I looked down as Dragon Fruit's hooves splashed through the shallows. Bodies everywhere. Civilian bodies. Women. Children. Floating face down in red-stained water. Some still clutching bundles of belongings. Some clutching each other. The shallow river had turned pink. Something shifted inside me. The cold feeling from before became fire. White-hot, all-consuming, righteous fury. I raised my head and screamed with everything in my lungs. Kill every last one of them. Not a single one leaves alive. No mercy. No prisoners. Not today. We hit that Turkish vanguard like God's personal wrecking ball. Dragon Fruit charged across the shallow river at full speed, water spraying everywhere like a crimson speedboat with hooves. I had the divine arm bow drawn before we even made contact, and my first golden arrow punched through a Turkish soldier's face at point-blank range, then kept going through about a dozen more guys behind him. One shot, 12 kills. The new bow was absolutely disgusting, and I loved every second of it. I carved a massive gash through the Turkish formation single-handedly. Just me and Dragon Fruit, cutting through cavalry like a hot knife through warm butter. Then 2 Turkish Centurion commanders attacked from both sides simultaneously. One with a spear, one with an axe. Perfect pincer movement. Classic textbook ambush. I spun forward and rapid-fired 3 golden arrows at Spear Guy, pinning him down completely, which left my entire back exposed to Axe Guy, who was already mid-swing at my spine with a grin on his face. His axe never touched me, because Dragon Fruit, my beautiful, psychotic, crimson genius of a horse, felt the attacker behind us and kicked backward with both hind legs like a loaded catapult. 2 dinner plate-sized hooves carrying 1,000 pounds of force connected with the Turkish Centurion and his horse simultaneously. Boom. Both went flying into the shallow water like they'd been hit by a truck. Good boy, Dragon Fruit. The Centurion splashed down, saw Dragon Fruit standing over him, and his eyes went wide. A dragon blood stallion. Oh, so you know what this horse is? Cool. That's the last piece of trivia you'll ever learn. I rode over and smashed the divine arm bow into his face like a baseball bat. Crack. Stunned. Then I hooked the bowstring around his neck, channeled golden chi through it, and Dragon Fruit reared up and stomped his chest plate concave. 1 golden flash later, head off. Clean. The other Centurion saw this 2-second execution and immediately tried to run. My arrow was faster than his horse. 2 shots, 2 vital points, lights out. He died painlessly, which was more mercy than he deserved after what his men had been doing to civilians. Behind me, the real show was unfolding. My wedge formation split into 3 blades. I took center, Shirkai swept right, Xiaohu carved left. 300 elite cavalry dismantling 3,000 Turks like a machine designed specifically for this purpose. My Dragon Eagle cavalrymen were fighting at 1:10 ratios and winning. Regular Valiant cavalry were handling 2 Turks each without breaking a sweat. The formation buffs, the training, the weeks of non-stop combat, it all paid off right here. Shirkai was an absolute monster on the right flank. He'd fully embraced his new martial artist body, swinging his heavy lance like it weighed nothing, sweeping 3 or 4 riders off their horses with single strokes. 1 Turkish Centurion charged him head-on for a jousting duel, spears lowered, horses screaming toward each other at full gallop. Neither man dodged. Neither man blocked. Both aimed straight for the other's heart. Pure chicken. Pure insanity. The Turkish Centurion's spear was actually longer. He should have won on reach alone. But Shirkai channeled chi through his lance at the moment of impact, deflected the enemy's spear sideways, and drove his own weapon clean through the Turk's chest. Out the back, he yanked it free as the horses passed. The Centurion stayed upright for about 2 seconds, staring at the hole in his body, then toppled. On the left, Xiaohu was having the time of his life. His first real battle as a martial artist, and the 100 refinements technique was making him practically invincible. He charged into the Turkish lines over and over, dozens of hits bouncing off his copper iron body, not a scratch on him. So this is what it feels like, he was yelling, genuinely delighted. Like a kid who just discovered he's fireproof at an actual fire. And Zhao Feng, my 15-year-old recruit, was in the rear guard, fighting like a veteran twice his age. Silver spear flashing, dropping Turkish riders one after another. He'd racked up dozens of kills across all our battles and been fast-tracked to flag officer. The kid was a war machine. Then he saw something that stopped his spear mid-thrust. A tiny child, barely knee-high, crouching in the bloody shallows next to a woman's body. The child's mother, speared through the back by a laughing Turkish soldier, the same one I decapitated with my first golden arrow. The toddler was reaching toward the body, crying, "Mama! Mama!" Zhao Feng rode over, scooped the child onto his horse with one arm, and kept fighting. The kid kept twisting around, reaching backward, wailing. "Stop crying," Zhao Feng barked. "Men bleed, they don't cry." The child kept sobbing into his hands. "Open your eyes." Zhao Feng pulled the kid's hands away from his face. "Look, remember what these animals did. Remember it forever. Someday you'll pay them back 100 times over." Zhao Feng's own parents had been murdered by Turks. Every Turkish soldier he killed was personal. That hatred had been hammered into a blade, and he was passing the torch to the next generation right there on the battlefield. The toddler stopped crying, tears still running, but silent now, tiny fists clenched, staring forward at the carnage with eyes that were already learning to burn. Across the river, the two Centurion commanders Jiang and Su were supposed to be holding the riverbank. Instead, they were standing there with their jaws on the floor watching my 300 guys demolish 3,000 Turks in an open field cavalry battle. "Jiang, I think I should go home and become a farmer. If you're farming, I'll carry your manure buckets. I'm clearly in the wrong profession." We punched through the Turkish formation, reformed, wheeled around, and charged back through them again. One pass killed nearly 1,000 of them. The surviving Turks were shaking, actually trembling. These were the Right Prince's elite cavalry. They'd conquered all of Dingzhou without breaking a sweat, and now they were experiencing fear for the first time since crossing the border. "Where did these cavalry come from?" one of them screamed, voice cracking. We lined up for the finishing charge. The remaining Turks were scattered, demoralized, broken. One more push would end them completely. Then I heard hoofbeats behind me. Lots of hoofbeats. Coming fast. An arrow screamed toward my face from extreme range. I drew my sword and deflected it, and my wrist went numb from the impact. That was not a regular arrow. That was a chi-enhanced shot from someone with massive power. I looked into the distance. A new cavalry force approaching at terrifying speed. And at the front, a single rider whose chi aura was visible from 100 paces away. Visible. To the naked eye. From that distance. You know what that means. That's not a martial master. That's a martial grandmaster. Again, oh, for the love of, can I please just win one battle without a final boss showing up at the last second? Another day, another martial grandmaster trying to kill me. At this point, it's basically a subscription service. The arrow that came at me was no joke. I sliced it in half with my sword, and my wrist went numb from the impact. This guy was on a completely different level, 2 full major realms above me. I immediately flashed back to the last grandmaster encounter, where 2 Centurion commanders died buying me 10 seconds to escape, and I barely made it out with my life. Xiaohu whispered, "Should we retreat?" Shirkai reminded him. "Our mission is protecting these refugees. We leave, they die. We're not leaving," I shouted. No hesitation. No debate. Moments like this, you either commit or you crumble. Wavering would destroy morale faster than any enemy sword. I split forces instantly. "You too, finish off the Turkish remnants. Do not let them regroup, or we're fighting on 2 fronts." Shirkai and Xiaohu nodded and charged back into the broken Turkish formation without looking back. They trusted me, like they always did. Dragon Eagles. On me. I wheeled dragon fruit around and rode straight toward the Grandmaster. Because apparently I've developed a clinical addiction to near-death experiences. His escort immediately caught my attention. These weren't regular Turkish soldiers. These were something else entirely. Massive war horses, heavy black armor, iron wolf helmets, white wolf fur capes flowing behind them. They looked like an actual wolf pack that had learned metalworking. The Right Prince's personal guard, the Pale Wolf Guard. each one handpicked from the champion centurions of every Turkish tribe. Every single rider was a martial apprentice. Every single one. An entire squad of martial artists on horseback, and their boss was a grandmaster. This is going to hurt, I muttered through clenched teeth. We charged at each other. At 300 paces, both sides opened fire. Turkish wolf-fang arrows and our swallowtail arrows crossed paths in midair like two angry swarms of bees. Riders fell on both sides. A few wolf guards tumbled off their horses. A few of my dragon eagles went down too. I drew the divine arm bow and put 3 golden armor-destroying arrows into 3 wolf guards. All 3 hit the dirt instantly, dead before they processed the golden flash. The Grandmaster raised an eyebrow. Just one. The universal sign 4. Interesting, but I'm not worried. Then he aimed at me. His bow was also 3-stone class. His arrow came screaming across the gap with power that rivaled my own technique. Massive, brutal, unstoppable force. I fired 3 shots. The first intercepted his arrow mid-flight, crack, knocking it off course. The second and third streaked toward his face as golden death rays. He drew his sword, a dark iron longsword, and slashed both golden arrows out of the air. Clang clang, 2 cuts. So fast I literally couldn't see his hands move. I only saw the results, my arrows falling in 4 pieces. My heart sank. He'd cut through my armor-destroying technique like it was nothing. But then I noticed, his cuts through anything legendary sword now had 2 tiny notches in the blade. My golden arrows had actually damaged his weapon. He noticed too. His eyes narrowed. We kept shooting. Dozens of arrows each, fired at closing distance. His arrows couldn't get past my defense. My arrows couldn't get past his. Total deadlock at the archery level. 200 paces apart. All right then. Time to pull out the big guns. 7 stars chain arrow. My ultimate technique. Unlocked when my archery reached major completion. Never used before because honestly, until now, nobody had survived long enough to need it. I knocked the first arrow and fired. Normal speed. Then the second arrow, fired faster than the first. It caught up and struck the tail of arrow 1. The kinetic energy stacked. Arrow 1 suddenly doubled in velocity. The Grandmaster's eyes widened. He recognized something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint what. Third arrow, even faster, hit the tail of arrow 2, which hit arrow 1 again. Triple acceleration. The leading arrow was now moving at a speed that was physically absurd. The air behind it literally exploded from the sonic boom. 3 arrows fired. 3 impacts. 1 projectile arriving at the target at roughly the speed of, you can't react to this even if you're a Grandmaster. The arrow materialized in front of his face like it had teleported. He couldn't draw his sword in time. Couldn't block. All he could do was tilt his head a fraction of an inch to the side. The arrow ripped his wolf helmet clean off his head. The sonic boom from the arrow's passage ruptured his eardrums. Blood poured from both ears. His hair exploded loose from under the destroyed helmet, whipping wildly in the shockwave. 1 arrow, from a martial apprentice, nearly killed a martial Grandmaster. He stood there, hair wild, ears bleeding, helmet gone, looking like he'd just been slapped by God. The expression on his face cycled through shock, disbelief, fury, and then something I'd never seen on a Grandmaster before, embarrassment. A martial Grandmaster, wounded by a martial apprentice 2 full realms below him. If word got out, his career was finished. He'd never live it down. Every Turkish warrior from here to Mongolia would be snickering behind his back for the rest of his life. You little insect. He stomped his war horse so hard it sank into the river, then used it as a springboard to launch himself into the air, flying toward me like a human cruise missile with a sword. No more archery duel. He was coming to kill me with his bare hands. And he was fast. Faster than anything I'd ever seen. 2 major realms of difference, closing the gap in heartbeats. Well, at least I made him bleed first. That's got to count for something on my tombstone. The Grandmaster was airborne. He'd literally stomped his own horse to death as a launch pad and was flying at me like a heat-seeking missile made of rage and muscle. The man killed his own ride just a close distance faster. That horse died for the crime of not being fast enough. R.I.P. unnamed horse, you deserved better. I had maybe 1 second to react. My fingers moved on pure instinct. No thinking, no planning, just shoot. 5-star chain arrow. 5 golden arrows, each faster than the last. each slamming into the tail of the one before it. 4 arrows exploded from the cascading impacts, transferring all their energy into that final leading arrow. The last one was moving so fast that the air behind it literally detonated. Sonic boom. Visible shockwave. The arrow basically stopped existing as a physical object and became a golden streak of pure destruction. The Grandmaster had anticipated it this time. The moment I drew my bow, he hurled his legendary dark iron sword at me like a javelin. A flying sword technique with enough power to bisect me and my horse, and probably the landscape behind us. I had to dodge, which meant I couldn't fire the full 7-star sequence. Only 5 stars. My arrow hit him. His sword almost hit me. My arrow caught him in the left shoulder. And caught him in the left shoulder, I mean his entire left arm and half his shoulder ceased to exist. Just gone. Vaporized. A cloud of red mist where an arm used to be. The 5-star chain arrow didn't pierce him. It deleted a body part. Everything happened in a blink. Both armies barely saw what happened. They just saw the blood mist hanging in the air and a Grandmaster missing a significant percentage of his body. I was scrambling to my feet when wham! A blood-covered palm hit me in the chest, and I flew 30 feet backward. Are you kidding me? He activated the blood-burning technique after losing an arm. This psychopath was running at me wrapped in crimson blood fog with one arm, and he was faster than me. 2 full realms of difference plus suicide mode equals, I literally cannot keep up. His one remaining hand was everywhere. Front, back, sides, it felt like he'd grown 6 arms. My dual golden swords couldn't block a single palm strike. I was getting slapped around like a pinball. Clang, 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 clang. 15 hits in seconds. My armor disintegrated. My diamond body was the only thing keeping me from becoming a shun-lie smoothie. Then he stole my left sword. Snatched it right out of my hand mid-fight. With one arm. A one-armed man disarmed me. The humiliation was worse than the injury. He started taunting me. Too slow. Too slow. Your sword is too slow. I mean, he was right, but he didn't have to be so rude about it. I channeled my breaking edge technique and chopped his stolen sword in half within a few exchanges. He threw the broken blade away and tried to grab my other sword. This time I was ready. Not today, you thieving one-armed maniac. But something was wrong. His body wasn't shrinking. Every other Turkish warrior who used blood burning got smaller as their flesh burned away. This guy maintained his full size. The blood fog wasn't consuming him. It was cycling in and out of his body like some kind of renewable energy system. There's an upgraded version of the suicide technique. One that doesn't kill the user? No wonder every Turkish warrior practices this garbage. At low levels, it's a one-way ticket to the afterlife. At high levels, it's basically a free power-up with a cooldown timer. That's the most unfair skill progression I've ever seen, and I say this as someone whose entire power system is literally unfair. I took dozens more hits. My chi bottomed out. Diamond body flickered and faded. I couldn't even lift my arms anymore. Finally, his blood fog started thinning. His attacks slowed. His breathing became ragged. Then the crimson mist actually retreated back into his body, like a living thing crawling home. He collapsed. Couldn't stand. His one arm trembling, face down in the shallow water. Great news. He was done. Bad news. So was I? We were both lying in the shallows like 2 beached whales, completely unable to move, separated by maybe 20 feet of bloody water. If I'd had the energy to flick a pebble at him, I could have probably knocked him out. But I couldn't even flick a pebble. My fingers weren't responding to commands anymore. The remaining Pale Wolf guards finished fighting my dragon eagles and immediately turned toward me. A dozen martial artist level elite warriors, surrounding one guy who couldn't lift his pinky finger. This is it, I thought. Survived everything else just to die lying in a puddle. Then I heard it. Thundering hooves. A sound like the world's angriest freight train. Dragon fruit. My beautiful, psychotic, crimson demon horse exploded into the wolf guard formation like a wrecking ball. Kicking, biting, stomping, headbutting. 12 elite martial artists getting absolutely brutalized by a horse. 3 guys got kicked off their horses instantly. 1 got trampled into the riverbed. Dragon fruit was circling me like a guard dog from hell, snorting warnings at anyone who came close. They tried rushing all at once. Dragon fruit kicked 4 more off their saddles and stepped on one until he stopped moving. The remaining wolf guards looked at each other, looked at the demon horse, and you could literally see them doing the cost-benefit analysis. Is killing this one guy worth getting murdered by a horse? They backed off. Dragon fruit grabbed my collar in its teeth and flung me onto its back like a sack of potatoes. Not gently, not gracefully, just YET. And suddenly I was on horseback, flopped over the saddle like wet laundry, barely conscious, riding away from danger. Good horse, I wheezed, patting Dragon Fruit's neck with the arm that still sort of worked. My dragon eagles fought free and formed a protective ring around me. Minutes later, Shi Kai and Xiaohu arrived with the full 300 and surrounded me completely. Shunlai, are you okay? Xiaohu screamed. Still alive. Unfortunately, the Wolf Guard saw 300 battle-hardened cavalry in formation and wisely decided to retreat. Their boss was missing an arm and unconscious. Their vanguard was destroyed, over 1,000 dead. The refugees had all crossed the river. Our mission was accomplished. I popped a healing pill I'd looted from the Turkish camps and felt my chi slowly start rebuilding. Everything hurt. My organs were bruised. My armor was gone. I was pretty sure several ribs were cracked. But I was breathing. Before we left the battlefield, I gave one last order. Stack the Turkish heads on the riverbank. Make a pyramid. My soldiers didn't question it. Over 1,000 severed Turkish heads, arranged in neat rows, stacked into a gleaming monument on the red sands. Hours later, the Grand Master recovered enough chi to ride back to the battlefield with 7,000 reinforcements. They crossed the river and found it. A pyramid of their comrades' skulls. 1,000 faces staring blankly at the sky. A message: we were here. We did this. Come find us if you dare. The one-armed Grand Master stared at the pyramid in silence. Then he screamed a single order. Pursue them. All 7,000. Now, 7,000 Turkish cavalry thundered across the blood-red shallows. The chase was on. So we saved the refugees from the Turkish vanguard. Hooray. Now the real problem: getting 50,000 civilians to Yunzhou City before 8,000 Turkish cavalry caught up and turned everyone into fertilizer. 50,000 people. Women carrying babies. Old men leaning on sticks. Families who'd packed their entire homes onto rickety carts. One family literally looked like they'd tried to bring their front door. Lady, we're fleeing a genocide. Leave the furniture. Our marching speed dropped to approximately elderly turtle with a limp. In several hours, we covered 40 miles. The Turkish cavalry could cover that in about 1 hour. The math was not mathing. Report: 8,000 Turkish cavalry have crossed Red Sand Beach, heading straight for us, so the remnants from the vanguard we destroyed had merged with the main force. 8,000 total. Coming fast. Coming angry. Coming for revenge after I stacked their buddies' heads into a nice decorative pyramid. In retrospect, maybe the head pyramid was a bit too provocative. Oh well. Silver lining. The beating I took from that Grandmaster pushed my 100 refinements proficiency from 569 to over 1,000. Getting punched 100 times by a superhuman apparently counts as intensive training. My body literally got stronger from being used as a punching bag. The system has a sick sense of humor. My chi was at about 50% after the healing pill. Functional, but not. Fight a Grandmaster again. Functional. Everyone was looking at me for answers. The officers' faces were all variations of, "We're completely screwed, aren't we?" Xiaohu, predictably. "Let's fight them. All of them." I shook my head. Even if our riders could fight 10 to 1, that's still not enough for 8,000. Shi Kai, ever the realist. We play rear guard. Slow them down. Buy time. Save as many people as we can. I nodded. We'll absolutely do that. But these refugees can't just rely on US to save them. Neo Jean looked confused. They're unarmed civilians. You want them to fight? That's just organized suicide. The Turks don't care if they're unarmed. Right now there are no civilians. If you can breathe, you're a soldier. Here's the thing about 50,000 refugees. Buried in that mass of elderly and children, there are thousands of able-bodied men. Men who lost their homes, their families, their dignity. Men with nothing left to lose and everything to fight for. They just needed someone to organize them. All officers, move out and draft every able-bodied man from the refugee column. 5-man squads, 10-man sections, 100-man companies, standard military structure. Do it now. My officers looked skeptical. Arming farmers against professional cavalry? It felt like sending sheep to fight wolves. But nobody argued with me anymore. Not after everything we'd been through. Jiang, Su, Take your men and cut down every tree you can find. Sharpen them into spears. Distribute to the militia. The 2 centurion commanders accepted the order with visible pain. They knew what I knew. There were barely any trees on this flat plain. And even with pointy sticks, untrained civilians against Turkish cavalry was. Well, it was what it was. They exchanged a look that said, "So this is where we die," and went tree hunting. Half an hour later, reports came back. Out of 50,000 refugees, we'd extracted 5,000 fighting-age men, organized into 5,000-man battalions. Not terrible, actually. Jiang and Su returned looking exhausted. We scoured every inch of land for miles. 3,000 wooden spears. That's all we could make. That's enough. Xiaohu scratched his head. 3,000 spears for 5,000 guys. What do the other 2,000 use? I said it flatly. When the frontline spearmen fall, the men behind them pick up the spears and keep going. Dead. Silence. Every officer stared at me. Even Shirkai blinked. I just casually explained that 2,000 men would go into battle empty-handed, waiting for the men in front of them to die so they could inherit their weapons. Nobody said anything. They didn't need to. I could read their thoughts. That's cold. That's really, really cold. Yeah, it was. I sighed internally. Mercy has no place in command. If heaven had feelings, heaven would grow old too. Those 2,000 men would die without weapons, or all 50,000 people would die regardless. That's not a moral dilemma. That's arithmetic. I gave the final orders. Shirkai, take Niu Jin, Jiang, Su, their 1,000 regulars, and all 5,000 militia. Form a crescent moon formation with the river at your backs. Last stand position. Xiaohu, Zhao Feng, all 300 cavalry, with me. We ride to intercept the Turks and buy time. Yes, Sir. Everyone shouted in unison and scattered. 300 cavalry riding out to delay 8,000. 5,000 untrained farmers with sharpened sticks preparing to fight professional nomadic warriors. 1,000 regular soldiers trying to hold it all together. As I rode out with the cavalry, I caught a glimpse of Jiang and Su watching the militia line up with their wooden spears. Jiang muttered, "Well, Su, looks like you won't be farming after all." Su gave a hollow laugh. "And you won't be hauling my manure." They both chuckled grimly. Even facing death, soldiers crack jokes. It's either the bravest thing in the world or the most insane. Maybe both. The sun was setting, painting the Yunzhou plains blood red. Behind me, 5,000 terrified men gripped wooden sticks and tried to look brave. Ahead of me, 8,000 Turkish horsemen were racing toward us like a tidal wave. 300 cavalry against 8,000. Let's dance. I rode out with 300 cavalry to buy Shirkai time. Behind me, he was trying to build fortifications out of refugee carts, which was going about as well as you'd expect. "Please don't take my cart," one old man wailed. "This has been in my family for 8 generations," another cried. One Annie hit Shirkai with a triple combo. "What do you need my cart for? How's a little cart gonna fight barbarians? I just don't understand." My soldiers were literally being cock-blocked by grandmas. The mighty border army, defeaters of martial masters, conquerors of Turkish supply depots, stopped dead by senior citizens who didn't want to part with their furniture. Shirkai fixed that real quick. Crack. His riding whip slammed the nearest cart so hard the old man yanked his hands back like he'd touched a hot stove. "My brother is out there fighting Turks, so you can live. Anyone who interferes again gets military punishment." That shut everyone up immediately. Amazing how military punishment translates perfectly across all demographics. The carts started flowing. Meanwhile, I crested a hill with my 300 riders and looked down at what was coming. 8,000 Turkish cavalry, running along the riverbank like a black thundercloud that had learned to gallop. The dust they kicked up blocked out the horizon. The ground was literally shaking, not metaphorically, actually vibrating under my horse. My soldiers' mounts were freaking out, bucking and pulling, terrified by the sheer wall of noise and motion heading our way. Even MY guys were rattled, and these were battle-hardened veterans who'd fought a dozen engagements. Their hearts were pounding so loud I could practically hear them over the hoofbeats. And me? I'll be honest, even I had trouble breathing for a second. 300 versus 8,000. We were a speed bump, a mosquito challenging a stampede. If we charged into that mass, we'd disappear without a ripple. I couldn't even imagine what 10,000 cavalry looked like, or 50,000. Somewhere in the depths of the Turkish Empire, armies that size existed. The thought made my stomach flip. But the one-armed grandmaster was probably hiding in that formation somewhere. Smart man. He knew if he showed his face, I'd put a 7-stars arrow through it. So he was playing it safe, letting his numbers do the work. Respect for the tactical awareness. Hate everything else about him. Then the Turks spotted dragon fruit. Look, the dragon blood stallion. How does a southerner have our sacred steppe horse? Forget questions. Let's take it back. Oh, you want my horse? Come and get him, you beautiful idiots. I've been trying to figure out how to lure them into chasing me instead of the refugees. Turns out all I needed was dragon fruit's fabulous crimson behind. They redirected 8,000 soldiers toward us like moths to a very red, very angry flame. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Go. I wheeled dragon fruit around, and we bolted. 300 riders sprinting away from 8,000 pursuers. The greatest game of tag in military history. Fire, a Turkish commander screamed. 8,000 bows rose simultaneously. 8,000 arrows launched skyward in a massive arc, darkening the sky like a locust swarm made of death. Follow me, I yanked dragon fruit sideways. 300 horses pivoted as one and accelerated perpendicular to our original path. The arrow rain hammered the ground we'd been occupying 1 second earlier. Thousands of arrows thudding into empty dirt. The most expensive miss in Turkish military history. Return fire. My 300 turned in their saddles. The classic Parthian shot, riding away while shooting backward, and unleashed a precision volley. Over 100 Turks toppled from their horses. The Turkish army howled with fury and charged harder. We ran. They shot. We dodged. We shot back. They lost 100 more. We dodged another volley. Shot back again. Another 100 down. Several rounds of this, and the Turks had lost 600 or 700 riders while we'd barely taken casualties. My guys were elite valiant cavalry with expert-level riding talent boosting their speed and agility. We were simply too fast, too accurate, and too slippery for mass volleys to catch. It was like watching a nature documentary. A small hawk being chased by a massive storm cloud, darting and weaving, somehow never getting swallowed. Honestly, my brain started playing the Animal Planet theme music. Completely inappropriate timing. Couldn't stop it. The Turks finally noticed they were being played. How long are we going to chase these flies? The one-armed grandmaster, because of course he was still in command despite missing 40% of his arms, made a smart call. He split his forces. 2,000 cavalry to keep chasing me. 6,000 to continue hunting the refugees. My heart sank. The pressure on US dropped, but 6,000 riders were now heading straight for Shirkai, and 5,000 men holding sharpened sticks. Had he finished the defenses? Were the formations set? Were the militia even standing in the right direction? I had no way to know. All I could do was keep running, keep shooting, and keep praying that Shirkai was doing what Shirkai always does, the impossible. The 2,000-man pursuit force was still coming hard behind me. Angry. Hungry for revenge. Probably also just hungry, since we'd burned all their food. And somewhere ahead, my best friend was about to face 6,000 professional killers with an army of terrified farmers. No pressure. While I was playing the world's most dangerous game of tag with 2,000 Turkish horsemen, Shirkai was back at the refugee column dealing with a completely different kind of enemy. Civilians who wouldn't let go of their carts. Here's what I later learned happened. Shirkai needed those wooden carts to build defensive walls. The refugees needed those carts because they contained everything they owned. Unstoppable force meets immovable grandpa. Please don't take my cart. These are my family's possessions from 8 generations. What do you even need my little cart for? How's a wooden cart gonna fight barbarians? Explain this to me. Shirkai's soldiers were literally being held hostage by senior citizens having emotional breakdowns over furniture. The clock was ticking. 6,000 Turkish cavalry were approaching, and Auntie Wang wouldn't let go of her cart because it contained her grandmother's favorite cooking pot. Crack. Shirkai's whip hit the nearest cart like a gunshot. My brother is out there dying for you right now. Anyone who interferes again answers to military law. Cart problem solved. Nothing motivates cooperation like the implication of summary execution. The soldiers emptied the carts and arranged them into 2 crescent-shaped walls, one behind the other, about 10 paces apart. Backs to the river. Nowhere to run. Classic desperate last stand setup. Except instead of trained soldiers behind the walls, it was 5,000 terrified farmers holding sharpened sticks. Shirkai put himself and Jiang with 500 real soldiers, 2,000 spear militia, and 1,000 empty-handed guys behind the first wall. Niu Jin and Su took the second wall with the same setup. Every one real soldier was paired with 6 militia members, part commander, part babysitter, part, "If you try to run, I will personally stop you." Then the Turks appeared on the hilltop. 6,000 cavalry, silhouetted against the sky like a storm front made of horses and bad intentions. The refugees started screaming. Babies started crying. The militia gripped their wooden spears so hard their knuckles turned white. Their bodies were shaking uncontrollably, not from cold, from pure primal terror. These people had spent weeks being hunted by Turkish cavalry. The sound of hoofbeats was literally triggering PTSD in real time. The one-armed Grandmaster. Yes, he was there, lurking in the back like a villain who refuses to die, raised his fist. The entire army stopped on a dime. 6,000 horses, simultaneous halt. Nomadic horsemanship is genuinely terrifying to witness. What the hell? They're not running. A Turkish centurion was genuinely confused. Refugees are supposed to flee. These ones built a fort and were waiting. It didn't compute. Did the Southerners go stupid from fear? The Grandmaster sent 2,000 cavalry as a testing wave. See what tricks they're playing. 2,000 horses thundered down the hillside. The ground shook like an earthquake. Small stones literally bounced off the dirt from the vibration. The militia behind the cart walls felt the ground pulsing under their feet like a massive drum being beaten by thousands of hooves. The Turks didn't charge straight in. Smart. They rode parallel to the cart wall, pulling out bows, and unleashed arrow storms from 100 paces. First volley, thousands of arrows arcing through the sky, blocking out the sun, then hammering down into the cart walls. Most arrows stuck in the wooden boards, but plenty punched through. Militiamen screamed as arrows pierced arms, legs, torsos. Dozens died instantly. Blood everywhere. The militia froze. Some literally couldn't move. Fear had turned them to statues, staring up at the incoming death with empty eyes. Get down. Behind the carts, Shirkai's voice, amplified by Qi, blasted across the entire formation like a cannon shot. It physically jolted people back to reality. Second volley. More arrows punching through wood. More screaming. More dying. The cart walls were starting to look like porcupines. Third volley. By now the militia's morale was hanging by a thread thinner than the arrows killing them. Some started eyeing the gap behind them. But there was only the river. Nowhere to run. And behind them, their families. Their children. Their elderly parents huddled on the riverbank. Funny thing about no escape. It doesn't always cause panic. Sometimes it causes the opposite. When running isn't an option, the only choice left is fighting. And when you're fighting for the people standing 10 feet behind you, people who share your blood and your name, something shifted. The shaking stopped. Not because the fear disappeared, because something stronger replaced it. Survival. Fury. The absolute refusal to let these barbarians touch their families. Wooden spears came up. Jaws set. Eyes hardened. 3 volleys of arrows, dozens of dead, and the militia didn't break. They didn't run. They couldn't, and then they chose not to. The Turkish centurion was livid. These stubborn Southerners. They won't cry until they see their own coffins. He ordered the charge. 2,000 cavalry, straight at the cart wall. The ground became a continuous roar. Horses leaped over the first cart barrier, landing inside the gap between the 2 walls. This was supposed to be the massacre part. Cavalry smashing through helpless civilians like a bowling ball through pins. Except, the space between the 2 cart walls was only about 10 paces wide. That's not enough room for cavalry to build speed. Horses were bumping into each other, into carts, into walls. The Turkish riders went from unstoppable charging force to traffic jam with swords in about 3 seconds. And then the wooden spears came out. Shirkai erupted from behind the first wall. Kill them. His lance impaled a Turkish rider before the man even saw him coming. 500 real soldiers drew weapons and surged forward, each one commanding their cluster of 6 militia fighters. The militia, farmers, shopkeepers, refugee fathers, screamed and thrust their sharpened sticks at the confused, cramped, stuck Turkish cavalry. They had 0 technique, 0 training. All they did was point the sharp end forward and push. And in a space this tight, that was enough. Turkish riders couldn't dodge, couldn't charge, couldn't maneuver. They were stuck between two walls of carts while spears jabbed at them from every direction. Horses panicked and threw their riders. Fallen soldiers got trampled by their own side. Then the second wall activated. Stab! Neo-Jin's foghorn voice shattered eardrums across the battlefield. From behind the second cart wall, a forest of sharpened wooden spears suddenly thrust outward through gaps in the carts. Turkish riders who'd been pushed toward the back wall by the crowd got skewered from behind without warning. Horses screamed. Men screamed louder. Dozens went down in seconds. The 10-pace gap between the two walls became a meat grinder. Turkish cavalry packed in too tight to fight, getting jabbed from the front and stabbed from the back. Horses going berserk in the confined space. Riders falling into the mud and getting stomped. The mighty Turkish cavalry, conquerors of Dingzhou, terror of the northern frontier, were being killed by farmers with sticks in a space the size of a parking lot. Shirkai, you magnificent, terrifying, stone-faced genius. I designed the formation, but he made it work. He held those militia together through 3 volleys of arrows that would have broken professional soldiers. He turned refugees into warriors through sheer force of will and one very loud voice. The crescent moon formation was doing exactly what it was designed to do. Neutralize cavalry superiority by eliminating their speed and space, then let numbers and desperation do the rest. 2,000 Turkish elite cavalry, stuck in a wooden box, being slowly dismantled by people who learned to hold a spear 45 minutes ago. Beautiful. Horrible. Necessary. I wasn't there for most of this. I was busy playing keep away with 2,000 Turkish cavalry. But my guys told me everything afterward, and honestly, I've never been more proud or more heartbroken in my life. So here's what happened while I was gone. The Turks sent 2,000 cavalry at the cart walls. 3 volleys of arrows first. Thousands of shafts punching through wooden boards like nails through cardboard. Militia guys screaming, bleeding, dying. Men who'd never held a weapon before yesterday, getting their first taste of combat by having arrows shot through the cart they were hiding behind. 3 volleys. Dozens dead. The militia should have broken. Any reasonable person would have run. But there was nowhere to run. River behind them. Families behind them. Children behind them. And the Turks in front of them were the same animals who'd murdered their neighbors, burned their homes, and chased them across an entire province. The shaking stopped. The wooden spears came up, and 5,000 refugees became 5,000 fighters. The Turkish cavalry jumped their horses over the first cart wall expecting a slaughter. What they got instead was a nightmare. The gap between the two walls was only 10 paces wide, basically a narrow alley. Their horses couldn't charge, couldn't turn, couldn't build speed. 2,000 elite cavalry went from unstoppable force to traffic jam in 3 seconds flat. And then the spears came from everywhere. Front, sides, behind. Wooden points jabbing through every gap, every opening. Zero technique, 100% desperate fury. 3 or 4 militia guys would surround one mounted Turk and just stab until something worked. Horses panicked in the tight space. Through riders, trampled their own side. Then Neo-Jin activated the second wall. Stab. And a forest of sharpened poles thrust through the back cart wall into the Turkish riders who'd been pushed against it. Skewered from behind without warning. The narrow gap became an actual meat grinder. The Turks who'd spent weeks hunting these people like animals suddenly realized the animals had teeth. Shirkai was at the front, absolutely unhinged. He ran his lance through one Turk, and the lance kept going into a second Turk behind him. When Turkish soldiers tried to chop his arms off, clang, clang, clang. Their swords bounced off his 100 refinements copper iron skin without leaving a mark. Then he punched them to death with his bare fists. Fists the size of cantaloupes, powered by martial chi, hitting Turkish skulls like bowling balls hitting watermelons. Neo-Jin jumped over the second wall with both war hammers and went full berserker mode. Bonk, one Turk flat. Bonk, another one's helmet became permanently integrated with his skull. The man was a human wrecking ball with a foghorn for a voice. Then the Turkish Centurion commander came for Shirkai personally. 2 exchanges and Shirkai's hands were split open, bleeding everywhere, couldn't even grip his lance. The Centurion was a full realm above him. Martial master versus fresh martial apprentice. No contest. The centurion slashed down. Sure Kai dropped his weapon, activated his body technique, and took the sword directly on his shoulder. Blade went 3 inches into bone. Any normal person would have been cut in half. Instead, Sure Kai grabbed the embedded sword with one hand, grabbed the centurion's arm with the other, and headbutted him in the face. Crack! The centurion's nose exploded. Blood everywhere. The man staggered backward in total shock. He'd been about to deliver the killing blow and instead got his face rearranged by a forehead. Then the centurion pulled his sword free and went for the kill strike. This time Sure Kai couldn't block, couldn't dodge, couldn't. Clang. A spear deflected the blade at the last instant. Jiang, one of the centurion commanders who'd been joking about becoming a farmer, stepped in front of Sure Kai. 3 rapid thrusts driving the Turk backward. Hey barbarian, fight someone your own size, Jiang. The guy who'd been terrified this morning. The guy who said he should go home and grow vegetables. Standing between a martial master and a wounded comrade, talking trash. Sometimes cowards become heroes when they stop thinking about themselves. But then the Grandmaster up on the hill got angry. He'd watched 2,000 of his elite cavalry get chewed up by farmers with sticks. His pride couldn't take it. Send everyone. All 4,000. Win or don't come back. 4,000 fresh cavalry poured down the hill and crashed into the already blood-soaked cart walls. The balance tipped instantly. The militia had been fighting on pure adrenaline and willpower, and both were running dry. Jiang went down, slashed across the body by a Turkish centurion, while a crowd of Turkish soldiers literally placed bets on how many more hits he could take. They were gambling on his death like it was entertainment. When he fell, the winners cheered and collected their money. Sure Kai's hands were completely destroyed. He couldn't hold weapons, so he started using his head as a weapon, literally head-butting Turks to death, kicking, biting, anything that would kill. Dozens of Turkish soldiers fell to a man fighting with no functioning hands. Niojin lost one of his hammers, picked up a random sword, kept killing. He and Sure Kai ended up back-to-back, surrounded, gasping, completely out of energy. Sure Kai, see you next life. We'll be brothers again, deal. Next life we keep killing barbarians together. Got any fight left? Kill a few more so I have company in hell. I'll bite one to death if I have to. The Turks swarmed them. On the hilltop, the one-armed Grandmaster watched the militia collapse and decided it was safe to ride down for the finish. And that's when I showed up. 2,000 Turkish cavalry had chased me across the plains. They didn't catch me. I'm faster, smarter, and riding dragon fruit. What they did do was die. All of them. Every single one. 300 of my elite cavalry carved through 2,000 Turks and left nothing but corpses. We were absolutely drenched in blood. Our armor was red. Our horses were red. Dragon fruit was extra red, which is saying something because he started red. We thundered over the hilltop and I looked down at the battlefield. My heart stopped. Bodies everywhere. The cart walls were demolished. The ground was carpeted with dead. Militia and Turks piled on top of each other, so thick you couldn't see dirt. Most of my militia were gone. The survivors were fighting with broken weapons, bare hands, teeth, anything. Xiaohu saw the carnage and blood tears, actual blood-streaked tears, ran down his face. Shunlai, Sure Kai, they. Something inside me went completely, perfectly cold. If he's alive, we save him. If he's dead, every Turk down there dies with him. I turned to my 300 blood-soaked riders. Cavalry. 300 sabers came out. 300 voices screamed as one. Kill, kill, kill. The sound rolled down the hillside like thunder from an angry god. Every Turk in the valley looked up. The one-armed Grandmaster was at the base of the hill. He heard us. He turned around. And the last thing his widening eyes reflected was a golden arrow, already too close to dodge, blazing toward his face like a tiny sun. The one-armed Grandmaster turned around, and my 7 stars arrow was already eyeing his face. No time to react. No time to block. No time for dramatic last words. His skull just stopped existing. His eyeballs went skyward, still carrying the expression of, oh no, and that was the end of the most annoying enemy I'd ever fought. 2 encounters, 2 near-death experiences, and he finally dies because he made the rookie mistake of turning his back on me at arrow range. Should have kept your eyes forward, buddy. Rookie move for a Grandmaster. I was already halfway down the hill before his body hit the ground. Dragon fruit was screaming down that slope like a crimson avalanche. and I hit the pale wolf guards like a bowling ball made of fury and golden swords. 15 elite martial artists, the right prince's personal bodyguard, each one a martial apprentice, dead before they could raise their weapons. My dual blades were painting golden arcs so fast the light trails overlapped. The two remaining Turkish centurion commanders saw me coming with murder radiating off me like heat from a furnace and immediately started panicking. They tried to organize a counterattack, but their boss was headless on the hillside, and their elite guard was scattered in pieces around me. Morale? What morale? Turkish cavalry charged at me anyway, because apparently nobody gave them the memo that I was having a really bad day and taking it out on everyone. I switched to the divine arm bow mid-gallop. Golden arrows started punching through Turkish soldiers like they were made of paper. A dozen shots, dozens dead. Then I drew both swords again and dragon fruit, and I plowed straight into their formation. Let me tell you about dragon fruit in full battle mode. This horse weighs roughly the same as a small building. In heavy armor, at full charge, anything it touches simply ceases to be a functioning organism. Horses bounced off him. Riders got launched. One unlucky Turk got hit dead center, and I'm pretty sure he achieved brief, involuntary flight. Dragon fruit alone killed or maimed dozens just by running in a straight line. I barely needed to swing my swords. I was basically riding a crimson bulldozer. Thousands of Turkish soldiers physically parted in front of us. One man and one horse split an entire army like a hot knife through butter, and 300 blood-soaked cavalry poured through the gap behind me like a steel river. The sunset was painting everything red. The river was red. The sand was red. Dragon fruit was red. We were red. Everything was red. Even the vultures circling overhead seemed to know dinner was served. The Turks had been fighting all day. Their commander was dead. Their elite guard was dead. Their morale was in the basement. When my 300 veterans crashed into them, they folded like wet cardboard. The two centurion commanders? Gone. Vanished. Slithered away like the cowards they were the moment they saw which way the wind was blowing. Without leadership, the remaining Turks scattered in every direction. Then came the part nobody warns you about. The after. The fighting stopped. The screaming stopped. And what was left was silence and bodies and the sound of people crying. My 300 soldiers moved through the wreckage of the cart walls in complete silence. No cheering. No celebration. Just methodically turning over corpses, looking for anyone still breathing. The cart walls that Shirkai had built from refugee wagons were demolished, smashed to splinters, soaked in blood. The ground between them was literally carpeted in dead. You couldn't take a step without standing on someone. 5,000 militia had fought here. Most of them were gone. The elderly, the women, the children they protected, safe, crying, searching through the dead for their husbands, their sons, their fathers. Xiaohu's eyes were solid red. No jokes, no energy, no loud voice. He was silently flipping bodies, one after another, searching. Got a live one, a soldier shouted. A militia man, barely conscious, pulled from under a pile of dead. Get him to medical. Now, Xiaohu's voice was flat, empty. He kept searching. Then, a golden warhammer, sticking out of a pile of corpses. Xiaohu dove for it, throwing bodies aside with both hands. Niujin's weapon. Niujin's body was underneath. Old Niu. N.I. Eugene. Xiaohu dragged him free. The big man's armor was shattered. Cuts everywhere. Face barely recognizable under all the blood. Cough. A breath. Blood came up, but air came too. Alive. Healing pill. Now. Xiaohu screamed at the nearest soldier. We got medicine and water into Niujin. Color crept back into his face. Not much, but enough. Old Niu, where's Shirkai? Is he alive? Niujin's voice was barely a whisper, scraped raw. Stone. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Xiaohu was crying and shouting simultaneously. A soldier came running. We found Commander Stone. He's outside the cart wall. Commander Shun is with him. Xiaohu bolted. Jumped over the shattered carts. Ran until he saw a cluster of soldiers standing in a circle. I was in the middle, kneeling in the dirt beside an unconscious body. Shirkai. He was. I don't even want to describe it. His hands were destroyed, split open from gripping weapons with shattered bones. His shoulder had a gash deep enough to see bone from where he'd taken a sword strike and held the blade inside his own flesh. Cuts and bruises covered every inch of him. He'd fought with his head, his feet, his teeth after his hands gave out. But he was breathing. I was kneeling there next to him when Xiaohu arrived. I didn't look up. I was just watching him breathe. In and out, making sure it didn't stop. Nobody spoke. The river kept flowing east, indifferent to everything. The last sunlight faded. Vultures landed in the distance and began their work. 5,000 men had stood on this riverbank with wooden sticks and said, no further. Most of them would never stand again. They weren't soldiers. They were fathers and sons and shopkeepers and farmers who decided, for one terrible evening, that they'd rather die fighting than watch their families get slaughtered. And they held. Against cavalry. Against martial masters. Against impossible odds. They held. I looked at Sher Kai's ruined hands. Hands that had grabbed a sword blade bare, headbutt a martial master, and kept fighting with no weapons at all. Niu Jin, who'd lost his hammer and kept swinging with a random sword until he collapsed. Jiang, the centurion who wanted to be a farmer, who stepped between a killing blow and a wounded comrade. The 5,000 nameless militia who picked up sharpened sticks and stood their ground against the greatest cavalry force on the continent. I killed a grandmaster today. I killed centurion commanders and hundreds of soldiers. But the real heroes were lying in the dirt behind me, most of them dead, all of them braver than I'll ever be. There's an old poem, pity the bones beside the river, still someone's beloved in their dreams. Yeah, I wasn't feeling very funny right now. Xiaohu found Sher Kai. He was alive. Barely, but alive. I'd already given him a healing pill by the time Xiaohu came sprinting over, skidding to his knees in the dirt next to us. He okay? He'll live. Injuries are bad, but not fatal. Xiaohu's entire body deflated like someone had pulled the plug on him. All the adrenaline, all the fear, all the please don't be dead energy, it all drained out at once. He collapsed onto his back right there in the dirt, and within approximately 4 seconds, was snoring like a chainsaw. Just unconscious, mid-crisis, on the ground, next to his critically wounded best friend. Snoring loud enough to nearly wake said critically wounded best friend from a coma. Classic Xiaohu. 0 to sleep in 3 seconds flat. I looked around for someone to bring blankets. Soldier. 2 blankets, please. Nobody answered. Every single soldier was busy, pulling survivors from corpse piles, treating the wounded, organizing the refugees. Not a single free hand in the entire camp. So the mighty 1,000-man commander Xun Lai, slayer of martial grandmasters, terror of the Turkish Empire, got up and found 2 blankets himself. Tucked one around Sher Kai, tucked the other around Xiaohu, who was already drooling. Sometimes leadership isn't about killing enemy generals. Sometimes it's about finding blankets for your sleeping friends. Meanwhile, in a completely different universe of problems, the Turkish Right Prince was sitting in his captured Dingzhou headquarters, being a terrifyingly competent villain. His war tent had a sand table of the entire Great Xia Empire, 2 capitals and 13 provinces, all mapped out in miniature. This wasn't a man thinking about winning a battle. This was a man planning to conquer a civilization. And he was doing it while lounging on a wolf-themed throne looking like a scholarly gentleman. An evil scholarly gentleman, but still, manners. Then one of his generals, Bayegu, a massive brute from one of the 9 great Turkish tribes, came swaggering in and threw a severed head on the floor like he was returning a library book. Hey, Right Prince, look what I brought. The head belonged to the Commander-General of Dingzhou, the guy who'd been defending the province. Bayegu had chased him for 3 days and personally decapitated him. The man was very proud of himself. The Right Prince barely opened his eyes. Nice. What reward do you want? Let my boys loot Datong City for 3 days. The Right Prince's eyebrow twitched. Smart man. He immediately realized letting Bayegu's tribe plunder a major city would make them too powerful and upset the careful balance between the 9 tribes. But he kept his cool. Then 2 Turkish centurion commanders stumbled into the tent looking like they'd been dragged through a tornado. These were the guys who'd run away from my battle. The cowards who'd slithered off when things went south. The Right Prince didn't even raise his voice. You lost? They stammered out a heavily edited, desperately sanitized version of events. It didn't help. The military advisor's eyes narrowed. Who beat you? Was it General Xiang himself? And no, it was someone called Xun Lai. A young officer. What rank? 1,000-man commander. Their voices got quieter with every word until commander was basically lip-syncing. The entire tent went silent. The military advisor couldn't believe it. Bayega's face turned the color of a bruised plum. He'd just presented the head of a commander general, and his own troops got demolished by a centurion-level nobody? The face he'd just gained evaporated faster than morning dew. Drag them out, the right prince said with the emotional warmth of an ice cube. Mercy, please. The two cowards were dragged away screaming. Bayega couldn't even defend them. Too embarrassing. Then the military advisor, a snake named Ladongzin, poured gasoline on the fire with surgical precision. How strange. Yunzhou is the weakest border fortress. A mere 1,000-man commander beating Bayega's elite troops? In a place with no resources? How does that old Xia saying go? Capsized in a drainage ditch? Bayegu was turning colors that don't exist on the visible spectrum. Red, purple, ultraviolet rage. Right, Prince. Send me to Yunzhou. I'll fix this personally. This was exactly what the right prince wanted. Yunzhou was a worthless backwater now that Dingzhou had fallen. No strategic value, no wealth, no trade routes. Sending Bayegu there was genius. If Bayegu lost, his tribe would be weakened. If he won, he'd gain nothing useful while the other tribes split the real prizes. Win-win for the right prince. But the prince played it cool. Oh, there's no need, General. Victory and defeat happen to everyone. I insist. Bayegu was practically foaming. My tribe's honor demands it. 1 month. If I don't take Yunzhou in 1 month, punish me however you see fit. Well, if the military advisor agrees. Ladongzin smiled like a cat watching a mouse walk into a trap. Oh, absolutely. Bayegu's tribe is perfect for the job, so that's what's coming for me. An entire major tribe of the Turkish Empire, led by a general who personally killed the commander-general of Dingzhou, burning with humiliation and backed by a blood oath to conquer Yunzhou in 30 days. Cool. Great. Looking forward to it. Back at camp, night had fallen. The crying had faded to soft whimpering. Campfires dotted the riverbank. The smell of roasting horse meat filled the air. We'd captured 2,000 horses today, and the dead ones became dinner. Waste not, want not. Refugees boiled horse meat stew with river water and wild vegetables. Soldiers roasted strips over open flames. Nobody complained about the menu. I sat by a fire, poking the embers with a stick, and accidentally started singing. Some half-remembered song from before. The night in Ulaanbaatar, so quiet, so quiet. Can't even hear the wind. Shunlai, what's that song? It's really pretty. Xiaohu had somehow resurrected from the dead, fully recharged, and was demolishing roasted horse meat like a competitive eater. Oh, it's a song from my hometown, I said without thinking. Xiaohu paused mid-chew. Blinked. Your hometown. That's our village. I've never heard that tune before. OH. Right. I'm supposed to be from here. Not from, the future. A completely different dimension. Where Ulaanbaatar is an actual place. How's the horse meat? I said, changing the subject so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash. Delicious. He shoved a chunk at me, and the existential crisis was averted. Xiaohu had leveled up too, broken through to minor completion, physique at 35, which is average for a full martial apprentice. The kid who started as a scrawny village punk was now a legitimate combat powerhouse. Sure, Kai was still unconscious, but stable. Old wounds from the convoy battle, plus new wounds from today, meant he looked like a human patchwork quilt of injuries. But the healing pill was working. His pulse was stronger. His color was better. Neo Jean woke up, inhaled some food, and immediately passed back out. On-brand behavior. The butcher's bill was savage. 3,000 of the 5,000 militia dead. Over 500 of the general's 1,000 regulars killed. Jiang and Su, the farming and manure comedy duo, found alive, but barely. My own 300 took casualties too, though fewer thanks to their elite status. But here's the thing about catastrophic battles. The survivors come out transformed. 50 more of my cavalry upgraded to Dragon Eagle class. The remaining troops were showing chi reactions everywhere, dozens of soldiers on the verge of martial breakthrough. My 100 refinements training program plus my troop command talent plus non-stop life or death combat was creating martial artists at a rate that should be physically impossible. The first soldier to break through to martial apprentice was coming soon. When that dam broke, I'd have a cavalry unit where every rider was a martial artist in heavy armor on a war horse. 300 walking tanks. And then there was MY level up. Oh, my God. Fighting the Grandmaster had pushed me to the absolute edge of martial apprentice. Peak. Maximum. Can't go higher. Then the battle happened. Killing Centurion commanders, slaughtering Pale Wolf guards, and the cherry on top, putting a 7-stars arrow through a martial Grandmaster's skull. That kill, crossing 2 major realms, was worth more experience than everything else combined. I broke through. Martial Master. Initial stage. I'd crossed the threshold. The barrier I'd been staring up at since I first entered this world. The realm that had seemed impossibly far away when Turkish Centurion commanders were untouchable gods to me. Now I was one. My physique smashed through 100 points, from 81 to 125. My body changed fundamentally. I could form chi armor now, that external energy shield that had made Turkish martial masters seem invincible. The same technique I'd invented a counter for was now mine to use. My troop command talent hit minor completion, a whole new tier. The effect description was beautiful. Mastery of strategic momentum. No fixed formations. Adapt like water, strike where the enemy is weak. Basically, my tactical instincts had evolved from really good at formations to I can read the entire battlefield like sheet music and improvise in real time. And the best part? The militia kills counted toward my experience too. 5,000 men fighting under my command structure. Every Turkish soldier they killed feeding into my stats. That's why my troop command proficiency exploded in a single day. I sat by the fire, chewing horse meat, looking at my stats, and for one quiet moment, let myself feel something close to satisfaction. Then I remembered, the right prince's army was out there. Bayega was coming. A fresh Turkish general with a personal grudge and a 30-day deadline to destroy us. I poked the fire and watched the sparks float up into the dark Yinzhou sky. 1 month. That's how long we had before the next storm hit. Better make it count. My troop command talent broke through to minor completion and unlocked something called strategic momentum mastery. Basically, there are 4 schools of military thought: strategy, tactics, astronomy, geography, and technology. I got tactics, the art of reading the battlefield in real time and improvising. The no rulebook, just vibes, school of warfare. Traditional strategists call this approach undisciplined. Everyone else calls practitioners of it geniuses. I prefer instinctive chaos manager, but genius works too. Next morning, I crawled out of my tent at dawn, looked at the blood-red sunrise, and had approximately 30 seconds of poetic melancholy before my brain switched back to, okay, what's the plan? The plan was, I need an army. Not just my 300 elite cavalry, a full-scale military force. Infantry that can hold ground against Turkish charges on open plains. Siege troops. Support units. The whole package. Yunzhou's existing garrison was useless. Old men, cripples, and professional slackers who'd perfected the art of doing absolutely nothing while technically being employed. I'd get more combat effectiveness from an angry goat. But these refugees? Gold. 50,000 people containing farmers who could grow food, blacksmiths who could forge weapons and armor, and, most importantly, 2,000 surviving militia veterans who'd just fought Turkish cavalry with sticks and won. Those survivors were worth their weight in diamonds. One more round of training, and they'd be battlefield-ready soldiers. The children would grow up too. Every refugee was a future farmer, craftsman, or warrior. People think resources means gold and grain. No, resources means people. People are the most valuable thing in the world, and I'd just acquired 50,000 of them. Careful with him. Xiaohu was supervising soldiers loading Shirkai onto a cart. Shirkai had woken up in the middle of the night, which sent a wave of relief through the entire camp. He couldn't walk, couldn't feed himself, couldn't do much of anything except breathe and glare at people, but he was conscious. We loaded him and all the other wounded onto horse carts. Thank God we'd captured 2,000 Turkish horses yesterday, plenty of horsepower for the convoy. Now for the good stuff. My officers were leveling up like characters in the final act of a video game. The Zhang brothers, both broke through to martial apprentice. Zhang Liao and Zhang Yuan, my scout commanders, finally crossed the threshold. 2 more martial artists in my roster. Niu Jin broke through too. The big idiot was lying on a cart, covered in bandages, playing with his new chi like a toddler with a new toy. Hey, I can feel something flowing inside me. It's like I have unlimited energy. He was sending chi to his head, then his fingertips, then to Places I don't want to know about. Just lying there giggling and channeling chi to random body parts. The man had the martial arts sophistication of a golden retriever discovering its own tail. Shirkai skipped an entire subrealm. Went from minor completion straight to major completion. The healing pill plus the insane battle experience rocketed him past the middle stage entirely. His physique jumped from 30 to 49. The man who'd fought a martial master with his forehead was now approaching the peak of the martial apprentice realm. That gave me five martial artists among my officers. Me, Shirkai, Xiaohu, Zhang Liao, Zhang Yuan, plus Niu Jing. And Zhao Feng was next in line. That 15-year-old killing machine was progressing faster than 80% of veteran soldiers. Every battle he fought, his kill count went up, his cultivation went up, and his kill count went up more. A perfect murderous feedback loop wrapped in a teenage body. Plus, dozens of my regular cavalry were showing chi reactions. The first enlisted soldier to break through to martial apprentice was imminent. When that happened, the floodgates would open. My dream of a 300-rider, all-martial artist, heavy cavalry unit was getting closer every day. We marched for 2 days. 2 days to cover distance my cavalry had crossed in 2 hours. 50,000 refugees with carts and children and elderly and wounded do not move fast. I sent Zhang Yuan ahead to warn Yunzhou we were coming, and Zhang Liao behind us to watch for Turkish pursuit. On the second evening, we finally saw Yunzhou's walls. And I'll be damned, they were ready for us. Outside the city gates, hundreds of workers were building temporary shelters using lumber salvage from the abandoned Turkish camps. Lines of laborers and mules stretched between the city and the old enemy encampments like a highway of ants, hauling wooden beams and tent materials. They'd literally dismantled the Turkish camps to build refugee housing. Recycling at its finest. The Turks terrorize your population, then their abandoned camps become your construction materials. Poetic justice. Vice Governor Song Yingxing had clearly kept his promise. The man had mobilized the entire civilian infrastructure of Yunzhou to prepare for 50,000 new mouths. Housing being built, food being organized, administration being set up, all from a fifth-rank bureaucrat who most people in that war council wouldn't have noticed. At the city gates, a full lineup of officials, military and civilian, stood waiting to welcome us home. 2 battles in 2 days. A dead grandmaster. 5,000 militia casualties. 50,000 refugees saved. 5 new martial artists in my ranks. And 1 horse named after a tropical fruit. Not bad for a kid who got drafted as a random peasant 2 months ago. We made it back to Yunzhou with 50,000 refugees, and the governor himself came out to meet us. A governor greeting a 1,000-man commander at the gates? That's like the CEO coming to the intern's desk. Completely against protocol. I was so caught off guard, I jumped off dragon fruit early to show respect, which is the medieval equivalent of straightening your tie in a panic. Congratulations, Commander Shun. Another great victory for our empire. Yunzhou is blessed. The nation is blessed. Then his entire entourage of officials echoed it like a choir. Blessed. So blessed. Times 10,000. I half expected someone to start throwing confetti. I smiled and gave the standard humble response. Just doing my job, sir. Classic. Works every time. Costs nothing. But then the wounded carts rolled past, and every smile in that welcoming committee froze solid. Officials who'd been beaming 2 seconds ago were staring at soldiers missing limbs, wrapped in bloody rags, barely conscious. The governor's voice got real quiet real fast. This victory was paid for in blood. Yeah, no kidding. He promised to report everything to the capital for recognition. I thanked him politely while thinking, the capital? The road to the capital goes through Dingzhou, which is occupied by Turks. Your report is going nowhere, my friend. But hey, the thought counts. Gives the troops a small morale boost, even if the paperwork will never arrive. The governor insisted on throwing me a victory banquet that evening. I couldn't say no without being rude, so I agreed and immediately started planning how to leave early. Everyone dispersed except 1 person, Song Yingxing, my favorite bureaucrat. The man looked like he'd lost 10 pounds in 3 days, but his eyes were burning with energy. This guy had been working himself to the bone preparing for the refugees while I was out fighting, and it showed. He started to give me the formal congratulations speech, and I waved him off. Song, we're past that. Skip the ceremony. He smiled and cut straight to it. Fine. But I need to thank you on behalf of every civilian in 2 provinces. You didn't just save lives. You brought Yunzhou 50,000 new residents. Every extra person is one more chance we survive what's coming. We walked to the city gates together, and I saw his handiwork. The man was a machine. Temporary housing stretching along the city walls. Hundreds of wooden shelters built from dismantled Turkish camp materials. Workers everywhere, sawing lumber, hammering frames, hauling supplies. The rhythmic sounds of construction mixed with work songs created this weirdly hopeful soundtrack. Distribution stations handing out food rations. Registration desks processing refugees in a assembly-line fashion. Name, age, hometown, occupation, Neo Air, 35, farmer. Next. Name, age, hometown, occupation, Jiang 18, 42, blacksmith. Next. Qin 6, hunter, blacksmiths. Hunters. Farmers. Every refugee was a future resource. Farmers grow food. Blacksmiths forge weapons. Hunters become scouts. Song had organized this entire intake system in days. The man was processing human capital like a medieval HR department running on caffeine and patriotism. You did all this? I asked, genuinely impressed. You fight in front. I work in back. Simple division of labor. Simple, he says. The man built a refugee city in 72 hours. Simple. I asked about the food situation. He'd pulled grain from the government granary and convinced General Xiang to personally shake down Yunzhou's wealthy families for loans of food. The commander general of an entire military district, personally arm-twisting rich merchants for rice. That's how broke we were. But it was working. For now, I said goodbye to Song, went back to camp, got Shirkai and the wounded properly settled with doctors, and then headed to the general's mansion. My third visit. I was basically a regular at this point. I'd memorized which stone lion at the gate had its teeth showing and which one was doing the open-mouth thing. We were on a first-name basis, me and those lions. General Xiang looked rough. The man had aged 5 years and 5 days. Dingzhou falling, Yunzhou isolated, hundreds of thousands of lives on his shoulders alone. I stress about 300 soldiers, and it keeps me up at night. This man was carrying an entire province. But when I gave him the battle report, his eyes lit up. Killing the Turkish Grandmaster-level commander. Destroying 10,000 cavalry. Saving 50,000 refugees with a militia force and wooden sticks. Who taught you military strategy? He asked, and he wasn't being rhetorical. The crescent moon formation had genuinely blown his mind. More than the Grandmaster kill, even. Beating a strong opponent is impressive. Inventing a formation that turns refugees into an effective fighting force? That's genius-level tactical thinking. I deployed my trusty bullshitting technique, major completion, and mumbled something vague. He let it go. Smart generals know when not to push. Yunzhou was completely broke. No budget for rewards. The general gave me his personal jade pendant as recognition. I literally have nothing else to give you, gift. He recorded everyone's achievements for future reporting. If there was a future, neither of us said that part out loud. Then I brought up the thing I'd been planning the entire ride home. Sir, there's one more matter I need to discuss. He took a calm sip of tea. Go ahead. I want to build a new army. PPFFFFFD, tea spray, everywhere. The commander general of Yunzhou province did an actual, literal spit take. Tea on his desk. Tea on his robe. Tea on official documents that were probably important. Look, I know it sounds crazy. The man barely has enough soldiers to guard the walls, barely enough food to feed the city, and I walk in asking to create an entire new military force from scratch. But here's my logic. 300 elite cavalry can win battles. They can't win a war. Not against what's coming. I need infantry that can hold open ground against Turkish charges. I need siege capability. I need numbers. The existing Yunzhou garrison is a joke. Lazy veterans, old men, guys whose primary military skill is avoiding work. But I just brought home 2,000 battle-tested militia survivors and 50,000 refugees full of farmers, craftsmen, and angry young men with nothing left to lose. Give me those people. Give me time. And I'll build something that'll make the Turks wish they'd never crossed the border. The general was still wiping tea off his chin. This was going to be a long conversation. General Xiang wiped tea off his chin, his desk, and what I'm pretty sure was an important military document. The man did a full-on cartoon spit take. I've killed martial grandmasters, and this is the thing that breaks the commander general's composure. What did you just say? I said I want to build a new army, sir. He stared at me like I'd suggested we surrender and become Turkish goat farmers. Then his face got serious. Not, I'm mildly annoyed, serious. You could get your entire family tree executed, serious. Do you have any idea what happens if you raise a private army without approval from the Ministry of War, the Grand Council, and the Imperial Seal Office? Oh, I knew. Unauthorized army building is basically treason with a side of executed to the 9th generation. In a dynasty where bureaucrats will murder you with paperwork before the executioner even sharpens his axe. Suggesting a new army is like walking into a room full of lawyers and announcing you'd like to commit some light sedition. Sir, the existing border troops are useless. Without new forces, we can't. Enough. His voice could have frozen lava. The battlefield may be dangerous, but the court is deadlier. Never say those words again. I shut up. When the most powerful man in the province tells you to stop talking, you stop talking. Then he softened, like a strict teacher who's done yelling and switches to teaching mode. You have much to learn, boy. He launched into a lecture about how politics works. It all comes down to one word: legitimacy. Everything needs a proper name, a proper justification, a proper paper trail. You can't just do things, you have to frame them correctly, or the entire bureaucratic machine chews you up and spits out your bones. For example, he said, you absolutely cannot say you're building a new army. I braced myself for another rejection. But you could say you're organizing local militia. He looked at me with the most fox-like expression I've ever seen on a military commander. Oh, this magnificent, sneaky, beautiful old fox. Militia doesn't count as official military. No official numbers. No formal ranks. No bureaucratic oversight. Completely outside the fixed military structure, which means no rules are being broken. And local citizens defending their homeland against foreign invaders? That's not treason. That's a feel-good story. The court would applaud it. Same army. Same soldiers. Same weapons. Same purpose. Different name. And suddenly it's completely legal. I'd been thinking like a soldier. He was thinking like a politician. 15 years of navigating imperial bureaucracy had turned this warrior into a master of weaponized semantics. The man could probably commit a coup and frame it as a community volunteering initiative. Understand? He asked. Crystal clear, sir. Good. I fully support your militia organization effort. Then came the catch. However, given current wartime conditions, I have no spare soldiers to give you, no budget to fund you, and no supplies to equip you. You'll have to figure all that out yourself. So, spiritual support. He was giving me a thumbs up and nothing else. A verbal high five, an emotional pat on the back, the military equivalent of thoughts and prayers, Iron Rooster. Old Fox, spiritual supporter. This man contained multitudes. But, he added, weapons and armor I have plenty of. Take whatever you need from the armory. Show them the jade pendant. The jade pendant he'd given me as a reward, because he was too broke for actual rewards. Turns out it was actually an all-access pass to the military supply depot. Suddenly that little piece of jade was the most valuable thing I owned. Sneaky, sneaky old man. He'd planned this 3 moves ahead. I bowed and was about to leave when he stopped me. You've reached Martial Master Realm. Yes, sir. 2 days ago, his eyebrows climbed his forehead. Even after everything he'd seen from me, the speed of my advancement genuinely shocked him. I could practically see the gears turning. If this kid reaches Martial Saint someday, the Turks won't stand a chance. Your 100 refinements technique is a beginner-level method. It'll slow down significantly at Martial Master level. You need a better cultivation technique. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small, well-worn booklet. He held it like it was made of glass. This is my family's ancestral technique. The 10,000 Seas returning to the abyss method. My eyes went full dinner plates. A Commander General's family heirloom technique. The kind of cultivation method that gets passed down through generations of elite warriors. The kind of thing people kill for. This is an advancement technique for transitioning from the lower 3 realms to the middle 3 realms. Your current cultivation level is insufficient to practice it. You must reach Martial Grandmaster before attempting it. Remember this, Grandmaster. The realm I just barely managed to kill someone from. The realm that was still a full major stage above my current level. and I needed to reach it before I could even start practicing this technique. The starting level was Grandmaster. That's like giving a college freshman a PhD dissertation and saying, "You'll need this in about 6 years." But a technique this rare? I wasn't saying no. I accepted it with both hands and maximum gratitude. As I walked out, he called after me one more time. "Shunlai, do not try to practice it before reaching Grandmaster. The consequences would be severe." "Understood, sir. I absolutely will not practice it early." I meant every word. I would not practice it. Nobody said I couldn't read it. I ducked into an alley the second I left the mansion and cracked open the booklet like a kid opening a Christmas present in the car because they can't wait to get home. And then, a familiar tingle on the top of my head. A status window popped up. 10,000 Cs returning to the Abyss method. Beginner level proficiency. 1 out of 1,000 effect. Drops become rivers. Chi C crystallizes. Massively increases Chi accumulation speed. I froze. The system just registered it. I literally opened the book, looked at it, and my cheat system went, "Cool, new technique acquired, proficiency tracking activated." I didn't cultivate, didn't meditate, didn't circulate Chi through any meridians. I looked at words on a page, and the system started leveling it. General Xiang specifically said, "Don't practice it until Grandmaster." He didn't say, "Don't let your interdimensional cheat system passively absorb it through your eyeballs." So, technically, I'm not breaking any rules. Right? To practice or not to practice? That is not even a question. Of course I'm practicing. I'm a man who charges martial grandmasters on horseback. You think a warning label is going to stop me? I rushed back to my room, locked the door, and pulled out the booklet like a kid sneaking candy after bedtime. 10,000 Cs returning to the Abyss method. Accelerates Chi circulation, condenses internal core, assists breakthrough to martial god realm. Let me back up and explain what General Xiang taught me about the power system, because it's wild. The 9 levels of martial arts split into 3 tiers. The lower 3 I already knew: Apprentice, Master, Grandmaster. The middle 3 are all called Martial God, but there are actually 3 stages within that: Divine Origin, Divine Rise, and Divine Motion. You only become a true martial god at the 3rd stage. The key mechanic? Internal core. At Grandmaster level, your chi gets so massive it starts pooling in your chi C and forming a pearl, a condensed ball of liquid energy inside your body. Once that pearl fully forms, you break into Divine Origin. Your chi goes from gaseous cloud to solid marble. Quantity and quality make a quantum leap. And remember the blood-burning technique that every Turkish officer uses? The suicide move? Turns out at Grandmaster level, you burn the internal core instead of your own flesh. Same power boost, zero self-destruction. That's why every Turk practices it. It's only a suicide move for low-level warriors. At high levels, it's basically a free power-up with a cooldown. I've been watching these guys blow themselves up thinking they were crazy, and it turns out they were just bad at it. General Xiang is currently at Divine Rise, the 2nd stage, 1 step from actual martial god. But that last step is apparently like climbing Mount Everest on a pogo stick. Anyway, I opened the booklet, started channeling chi through the specified meridian pathways. It was rough at first, unfamiliar routes, blocked channels, everything resisting like rusty plumbing. But slowly, the chi started flowing smoothly. My energy began trickling into my chi C, which had always been empty. Easy. What was the old man so worried about? This is totally Finn. Whoosh. My chi C suddenly became a black hole. A massive invisible vortex materialized in my core and inhaled every drop of chi in my entire body in about 2 seconds flat. Like someone pulled the drain plug on a bathtub full of energy. Everything gone. Vacuumed up. Absorbed. Deleted. I went from fully powered martial master to wet noodle instantaneously. Collapsed in my chair like a deflated balloon. Covered in sweat. Couldn't move my fingers. My body had the structural integrity of overcooked pasta. So that's why he said don't practice it early. My chi reserves were like trying to fill an ocean with a teaspoon. The technique needed Grandmaster level chi pools to function properly. At my current level, it just drank everything and left me empty. But, silver lining, my chi C wasn't empty anymore. Floating in that vast internal void was one tiny, beautiful, liquid droplet of condensed chi. like a single star in an infinite universe. My entire body's worth of gaseous energy compressed into one microscopic bead. 10,000 seas returning to the abyss. Drops become rivers. I'd need to do this thousands and thousands of times to fill that chi sea, to form the internal core, to reach divine origin. How long would that take? My eyes went dark just thinking about it. Bang! The door flew open. Xiaohu waltzed in like he owned the place. Shenlai, what are you doing sitting in the dark in the middle of the... He saw my half-dead face. What happened to you? I weakly pointed at the booklet on the table. General Xiang's cultivation technique. I tried it. Xiaohu's eyes went massive. He grabbed the booklet and flipped it open. Stared at the characters on the page. 10,000. What? Returning. Huh. He looked up. Shenlai, what do these words say? Right. The boy can't read. Every character on that page was a stranger to him. He'd been looking at advanced martial arts secrets the same way a dog looks at a calculus textbook. He gave up on the words and started studying the illustrations instead, little figures demonstrating meridian positions. He actually got pretty into it. Just sitting there, staring at stick figures, nodding sagely like he understood perfectly. I made a mental note. I need to teach this kid literacy. Right now communication works because we're always together. But if we ever split up for separate missions, he can't read my orders. Can't read maps. Can't read reports. Having an illiterate field commander is like having a phone with no screen. Functional, but severely limited. I was about to call him over for an impromptu reading lesson when something caught my eye. The booklet was facing me upside down from Xiaohu's side. The illustrations were reversed. The meridian pathways were backwards. And a completely insane thought hit me like lightning. What if I ran the technique in reverse? What if instead of pushing qi into my qi sea, I pulled qi from outside into my body? My brain was screaming, this is stupid, but my hands were already doing it. I reversed the meridian flow. Qi started running backward through the channels, and, Shenlai, are you having a seizure? Xiaohu screamed. My entire body was convulsing uncontrollably. I fell out of my chair and hit the floor twitching like a fish on land. Every muscle was firing randomly. Not painful exactly, just completely out of my control. Xiaohu panicked and grabbed my arms to hold me down. The instant his hands touched me, his qi got vacuumed out of his body and into mine. Like a straw drinking a milkshake. His energy just flowed through the contact point, rushing into my depleted reserves. In about 3 seconds, I drained half his total qi. What the F? Xiaohu let go like he'd grabbed a hot stove and stumbled backward, suddenly weak and dizzy.